guys, I'll give folks a few minutes to jump on if they so choose. I just wanted to show you guys my altar setup to Marie LAVEAU. I am working on becoming a devotee of Marie. I'm not a devotee yet. I've been working on it very slowly but surely for several years now. I had an altar set up to her in my shop, outside there, but I wanted to kind of do something a little different for her and really work on honoring her. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna zoom you guys in a little bit and then I'll talk about what's going on here in just a bit. Let's see. Hey guys. I'll be back in just a second to tell you guys what's going on here. I hope everybody's well. Let me see. It's been a crazy day. Hi, my sunshine. How are you? How are you? How are you? I'm gonna text you soon, girl. Like, I swear to you, I just have been not like even around the electronics lately. I've been just, focusing on the most important things, which I need to get, done right now. So it's been, a busy time. Anyway, hi everybody that's joining. I just wanted to show you guys my altar setup to Marie LAVEAU. So, oh, thank you so much, honey. Yeah, sorry, was it Jenny? I didn't see the names. Has to be a sign. You've been learning a lot about Marie, yay! So Marie is the one that like pulled me into doing magic. Honestly, like it's the craziest thing. I'll tell you guys this story. Just, I don't know if I've told it before on the internet, but I was in New Orleans for work. I was working at a Fortune 500 at the time, and I was working towards a certification that was like a really, awesome certification to have. Like, it would mean a big step up in career for me and stuff like that. So my boss was like, just pick. They held academies like once a month, like in different countries, different states, all over the place. He's like, just pick anywhere you want to go. And I had just had Emmy. She was I don't even think she was a year old yet. She was about 10 months old, I think I would say. And so I didn't want to I was actually still breastfeeding. So I didn't want to be like too far away, just in case I needed to fly back really quickly. So I picked New Orleans, and that's how I got into all of this. But anyway, I go through this academy, and I'm like, I was really honored to be there because I wasn't like the people I was in the class with were all like lawyers and CEOs and people that had all these higher degrees and these really well-respected positions, and here I was, a legal assistant, like in this class, like trying to learn all this stuff, again, it's not that anybody's smarter than anybody or anything like that, but it was just like I felt so I was like, I don't intimidated, I guess. Like, I was like, I don't even know why I even wanted to do this. You know what I mean? I was mad at myself because I didn't want to disappoint my boss. So, but I also wanted this certification because it literally was going to mean a big, career change if I was to get it. So, the night before the test, I'm in my hotel room and I was staying at like the Sheraton on Canal. It's like right by the casino area. Really nice digs, man. Work was paying for it all, So I'm in there taking this practice test and I'm failing. Like, not gonna make it, So I'm like, oh my gosh. So finally I'm like, all right, let me go have some dinner and I'll come back and I'll, keep studying. I'll stay up all night if I need to. So I go out and have dinner, and on the way back, I'm walking down Bourbon Street because I had been in New Orleans for almost a week and I hadn't been out at all. I had, been entirely focused on this certification that I was trying to get. So anyway, I am walking down Bourbon Street and I see Marie LAVEAU's House of Voodoo little sign, like hanging underneath the sidewalk thing. And I don't know what brought me in. It was like somebody grabbed my arm and just whoop, So next thing you know, I'm in Marie LAVEAU's House of Voodoo. And, you know, I went up straight to the counter and I was like, do you have anything that could help me pass a test? And they're like, yeah, we actually do. And so they gave me this thing and they, you know, told me put it in my pocket while I take the test. And, you know, that's it. And guess what? I passed that test by 1 point. 1 point. But that 1 point not only put letters behind my name, it literally, you know, doubled my salary. It enabled me to move forward in my life, you know, and make a lot of changes and, you know, give Emmy the life that I wanted to give her, you know, in conjunction with, obviously I started this, you know, after I got divorced as well. But, you know, it enabled me to do a lot of different things. Yes, Lilith. So Lilith, we've known each other. She's an OG. She's been on the channel for, I mean, she's been with me as a client, as a friend, you know, since the very, very beginning. Do you want me to, is it okay? I think it's okay. Your username is kind of giving on that one. But, you know, Lilith has literally transformed her life, and with literally the same tools that I was given in New Orleans, but she's now a nurse, you know, a licensed nurse in California, and I could not be more proud of her. Yes, crown of success, girl. You're so amazing, Lily. I am so proud of you. We need to catch up, like talk on the phone. I want to hear everything that's been going on over there out in Cali. Florida's been a trip. All right, guys, I'm going to walk you guys around the altar for a second. I just want to show you all the cool little things I have. So again, I had a little altar space set up for her out in the front, but I just kind of moved it back here. You know, I wanted to, like I said, I'm working on becoming a devotee, which I'm not a devotee yet. I have not done enough work with her. I have not, you know, had, you know, enough time to sit down and like bond with her like I need to bond with her. I don't start out with my entities or deities, you know, asking for anything, you know what I mean? I like to get to really develop a relationship with them, because sometimes you'll find, you know, an entity or deity does not work out for you. I've had that happen before with 2 of them, actually. 2 of them came to me and wanted to work with me, and so I, you know, whenever that happens again, it's kind of, you know, shedding that like newbie kind of attitude, like, oh wow, you want to work with me, okay, awesome, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I know why you want to work with me, you know, like, because I'm powerful, you just want to intermingle magical abilities, I see what you're doing, you know. So now it's more of a I know my worth type of thing in the spiritual realm and in the physical realm, you know. But yeah, so anyway, 2 deities, you know, have come to me to work with me, and, you know, they come in various forms. It'll be either, like somebody was saying in the chat earlier, I didn't catch who it was, but, you know, they'll come to you like, you'll start seeing things about them all over the place, you know, or in dreams. Like the way I started working with Our Lady of Laredo was one of my clients had a dream that Buddha came to her, okay, in the dream and said, tell Tina, me, to work with Our Lady of Laredo. And I had no idea who this was, you know, not the client. I mean, I knew the client because I had been working with her, you know, but online only, you know. But no, she did, you know, told me that, and literally Our Lady, like, got me the townhouse on Gulf Boulevard. Like, she did a lot for me, because she does, you know, she covers women, children, housing, things like that. And I know you're like, Tina, why don't you just petition her right now and get out of the situation? Guys, it's being worked on. Like, don't think, you know, this is a very temporary sitch, okay? It needed to happen. There's a lot of reasons for it, and like I said, it's a test of loyalty to God as well. And I'm happy to, you know, take any hits I need to take for God. I will, you know. So anyway, so Marie, let's talk about her altar for a second. Okay, let's see. Okay, so first, that's the little postcard that I picked up at at her place. And then I've got this little glass case here, and there's a few like mojo bags and things like that I also got there. And I have a couple other mojo bags that I got, you know, at different places. But when I buy a mojo, I typically put it in this case. Like, these are the mojos that I make. Okay, so then I've got, you know, I'll set this here so it's not so shaky. Actually, let's go to the 4 first, because we're missing this, her Vive. Okay, so I made that. It was a little table from Five Below. I'm not done with it at all yet. I just started it. Well, I started it like a month or two ago. It's kind of hard to work on, you know, without electricity and glitter and paint and stuff. But anyway, I'm working on, you know, making this as a, this is her symbol. It's called a VEVE. I think it's Veve in French. I don't know if any of my Francois people are here, but if you are, bonjour. And I need help pronouncing Veve, I think, unless I got it right. Okay, so that's that. That's her sign or symbol thing. And then I've got, all right, so the peace doves are here. My grandmother's bracelet. This is a crazy story, guys. So this is like the only inheritance that I have from my family, and it was given to me in a whole piece, right? But it's a jade bracelet, and when I was dating that douchebag from Atlanta, and like he was being super mean to me in my place, I shit you not, guys, I shit you not. This thing was sitting, I had like, you know, like a little candle thing, a little ancestor altar basically. And because this is my only inheritance, it was sitting on the ancestor altar. This thing freaking like shattered in thin air, it just out of nowhere. It was so crazy. So anyway, yeah, my grandma was pissed off. So anyway, these are the peace stubs with my grandmother's half of her bracelet, but it worked out because now I have different pieces of it that I can use for different things. I have another one here. This is a little mini altar I got on Etsy. I know it's super hard to see. Let me see. I have active fire going. Otherwise I would be, I don't know what you guys can see. Whoops. Hold on. Oh, that was the light. Okay. So here we go. It's a little mini altar. I don't know how well you guys can see it, but look, isn't that so cute? Somebody on Etsy made that, not me. But I bought it from her. I want to make a bunch of these too. Like I have boxes and stuff like this, the wooden boxes. I think it would be so cool. But anyway, it's a little mini altar. So if you want to start, that's what I started with on Marie's stuff, was that. And then of course I got her statue. She likes white candles. And I have those, let me see. I have those dressed with Marie's anointing oil. And this is from Conjured Cardia, Mama Sarah. She makes this and she is so dope. Like Mama Sarah is the most knowledgeable, I mean, she's one of the most knowledgeable practitioners I've ever found on the internet. Like she's super duper amazing. Highly recommend her, Conjured Cardia. Okay, so aside from that, Marie was a beautician in life. And so she likes like cosmetics and beauty products and things like that. That's actually how she became what she was, is that she was a, you know, a hairdresser. And so she would go to like all the rich white ladies' houses and, you know, get all the gossip, hear all the tea. And then she was able to, you know, help them with different things with her magic and stuff that she was doing like under the table. So it was a really cool story, or, you know, it was a cool thing. But anyway, that's how she got very famous, was because she was a beautician. So, or very, you know, to be where she is. She started out as a beautician. So anyway, I've got some different perfumes and things that I like grabbed for her. These are perfume oils from India, and I've got a couple of those. Some crystals and stuff. Again, I'm kind of just starting out with Marie. I always put selenite around. This is selenite. It's a crystal, but it absorbs negative energy, you know, and it keeps the space like nice and happy. So there's that. Okay. Yeah, and then her white candles, she likes those. I made this as well, a little jar. I haven't put anything in it yet, but these are cowrie shells, and then I got the little jar from, I think, Michael's several years ago. But it's a little offering jar. I'll figure out something for it. Of course, a cross for Marie. She was Catholic. And, oh, here's the other stuff that I have going on. So because Marie was a beautician, I have all of the beauty spell stuff here. So I've got, this is the mask. These are the products that I make. The soap, the toner, and then the body butter. But yeah, these are all here being blessed by Marie. And these are available in store too. I just pulled these off the shelf. So if you're interested in any of these beauty products that literally are on Marie LAVEAU's altar, come on in. Yep, my original deck of tarot cards. That was my first deck there. And some other stuff that I have for her, just incense and little crosses. I have my pet lodestone here as well. Lodestone is called, well, also magnetite, but it's a naturally occurring magnetic crystal, and you feed it it's called lodestone filings. It's like magnetic sand, basically. And then I make an oil for it as well and give it that, and that's supposed to draw things towards you. So anyway, yeah, that's my Marie altar. I kind of want to talk to you guys about the zombie people because it came up the other night in the chat. And tonight, like, I was riding my bicycle back, and it was there were some zombie people, and it made me think about you guys. I was like, should I go on and talk about zombie people or not? I don't know. I don't want to sound crazy, but I feel like there's some people that are kind of zombified, you know? All right. So maybe what we'll do is talk about zombie people for a minute. Are you guys still there? Is anybody there? I can see there's 8 people. Okay, sorry, my chat goes out. Oh, thank you. Latoya, thank you so much. Lily, thank you. I'm the only one past the state board exam with only 75 questions in the whole classroom. Lily, this is what I'm talking about, girl. This is what I'm talking about. This is how we're supposed to be using magic. You see what I mean? You see what it does? Like, it's amazing, you know? And that's why the enemy was so mad about it, you know, because I was here to bring light to the practice, you know? I still am. But this is what it's supposed to be used for, is to help you change and transform your life and go towards higher goals and live the life that God wanted you to live, you know? The best life that you can, you know what I mean? That's why you were sent here. It was supposed to be paradise, you know? But Lily, I'm so happy for you. Like, literally, it's, you know, everything that, I don't know, I've just seen you, like, you know what I mean, grow so much. I know you've seen the same too. I know. Oh my gosh. Okay, there's 11 folks in here. I'm not gonna disappoint you guys and make you look at Marie's altar all night, but I will move you here to my office. Okay, let me see if I can lower this a little bit. Yep, there we go. I'm gonna sit in front of that mirror, so hopefully it won't be too bright. Okay, hello. Sorry guys, one day, oh, yeah, well, of course, yeah. Yeah, grateful's like, it's, once it's turned on, you know, like once that ability, that power within you is like activated, you know, it's like, you know, you realize like there's a whole nother, I don't know how to explain it. It's like, you know, there's a whole nother realm. Like, you're not stuck in the 3D, you know, like you do what you want to do. You can, we have to live in the 3D. That's why we're here, but we all chose to be here, you know? So yeah, you've got to do things like make money so that you can eat and survive, you know? But once you realize like, the guides, you know, have your back, and that your, you know, petitions, you know, your requests, you know, can and will be answered. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's so, it's life changing, you know. It's the gratitude that comes along with that is so immense, you know. That's why I never felt alone either, you know, even though I never had family or anything. But through all of the trials and tribulations, I never felt alone. But it's because of the spirits, it's because of God, you know. And God aligns you with the proper people, the proper spirits, you know. He'll put people in your path. Spirits, you know, will come to you, deities will come to you that are meant to come to you. Whether or not you know, accept them is up to you. You know what I mean? It's ultimately, you have free will, and that's another, you know, God-given gift that we all have. And that's free will choice, you know, to you know, ultimately do whatever we want to do, you know. But hold on, sorry guys, I'm trying to, one day I'm gonna be super fancy and have something that I can look at the chat on as well. Okay, So I don't know if I want to discuss these zombie people or not. So I don't know if y'all are seeing like these zombie people that are hanging around. And, initially I thought, is this like a new drug that's out, on the streets? Because I saw some videos about this stuff called Trank. I don't know what that is, or I guess it's animal tranquilizer, and a lot of the, fentanyl people are switching to this stuff because, it's cheaper or whatever. But this stuff is like zombifying people. So again, I don't know too much about it aside from what I've seen on like little news clips and stuff. So I thought initially like perhaps that's what, was going on like out there in the streets. But like, I don't know, it feels a little more, you know, I don't know, like, I don't know what to say. It feels a little more spiritual than that, So I have this theory that I was going to tell you guys about, and that's I've talked about the 92% theory before, where it's like 92% of people that you meet have, some sort of affliction or entity attachment or something that's kind of driving, the vessel, right? Like the way it goes, in my opinion, again, this is all my opinion. I'm not proclaiming to have all the answers or all the knowledge, but when you're born, you're innocent, right? You're innocent up until a certain age when you're able to make free will choices and decisions. Once you get the free will, it's like, okay, now it's time to learn the lessons. Of course, children are always innocent, but it's it's about principles and lessons and the morals that, God instills in you. Yeah, Latoya. Ah, okay, so there's 92%, like I was thinking, that were afflicted, right? And then the bottom, the low 6% are going to be like the worst of the worst, right? And then somewhere in between are these varying shades of people that have, an affliction or an attachment. It leaves 8% of us up at the, I had to move because of it. Latoya, honey, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm literally so sorry that you had to go through that, because I swear to you, like, I could not sympathize with you more. It's, so let's talk about what is a zombie person first. Like I said, initially I thought this was maybe a drug. I was like, okay, so everybody's doing some sort of drugs out here or something like that, but there's too many of them, and they're not all on drugs, They're people that have almost like given up in life, in a sense. It's hard to explain. Like, I'll give you guys an example. So like one night, it was like a Saturday night, I was in here, hanging out, doing my thing, and I see this like lady like limping by the store, and as she's limping, with every step that she's taking, she's like, like that. And so I'm like, oh shit. So, I watched her, and it was, one woman alone. I'm like, okay, it could be a setup, you know what I mean? So, anyway, I went out there and I was like, hey, are you okay? And she was like, no, I'm like, okay, hang on. I was like, hang on, I'm coming out. So, I run out there, I'm like, what's going on? And she's like, she started talking, she had diabetes and blood sugar and and she, again, I'm not a nurse. I don't know anything about medical stuff at all, So I'm like, okay. I'm like, let's do this. I'm like, let's sit you down. I'm going to go grab you a water, a nice cold water from my cooler, and I was going to talk to her for a minute just to see where she was at, was she in like diabetic shock? Because she said diabetes and, insulin. And I'm like, okay, woo, so I sit her down to find out what's going on. I'm like, where are you from? What's going on? So I guess they had moved here from like, the Pacific Northwest, a lot of those coming down to Florida, a lot of Pacific Northwest people, California people, and they're weird. So anyway, she's like, I came here with my boyfriend, and he, we're staying in the car, and we got in a fight, and he kicked me out. And it took about a half an hour to get this, story out of her, in its entirety. But you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, where are you from? What's going on? Like, I'm pulling info out of her. She didn't want to talk. She literally was like this. Like, I mean, it was like this. Like that, And so again, I'm thinking, well, I might need to call an ambulance, like, I don't want this lady to, have a diabetic shock, like, right in front of my store. Like, I don't know what's going on. So, anyway, I ended up, bringing her inside the store, and I kept her with me for about a week. but here's what I'll say about this. I felt obviously very bad for her. Turns out she was not on drugs. She was, or an alcoholic. She didn't use any substance. She didn't even smoke cigarettes. She just had been beaten down so badly, you know, uh, so badly that she had just given up on life at like 50. I don't even think she was 55. She was just like, I'm done. And she had been talking about, she had gone to the hospital when she got here, and they kicked her out. And I guess when you resist like being discharged, again, I don't know this stuff, guys, but when you resist being discharged from the hospital, she was telling me, they wheeled her out to the sidewalk and basically dumped her. Now, again, this is Florida, so this is very believable, in my area, all right? I'm just saying, I don't know if this is how it goes or if this is, per hospital policy or whatever, but this is what she said happened, that they dumped her, and then when the guy had kicked her out of the car, she apparently did walk with a walker, but he didn't give her the walker. He just sped off, left her unable. She had toes amputated. Like, she really couldn't walk. Her feet did hurt. But here's where I had to draw the line. She had a bag with her that had all of her diabetic supplies in it, her blood checker, her insulins, all of this stuff, and I had to like remind her, like, hey girl, did you check your blood sugar? Check your blood sugar. You need insulin. What's going on? What's going on? I was making sure she was eating on a regular schedule, and it's just ingrained in me to like, try to care for people. And then of course, Bozo starts coming around, and this is horrible. Because, she was snapping out of it, she was coming to. She was like waking up, I was like, hey girl, like, we're going to get you in a program. I'm like, I know, just from, during better times and stuff, I used to volunteer for certain charities for women and stuff like that in St. Pete, and, I know of a few, and I know some people I can call somebody, I've got people on my phone I can call if if you're really willing to go, but to go to one of these, women's charities, you've got to walk away, from the enemy. And she couldn't do it, you know what I mean? And so Bozo the Clown starts coming around, and of course he starts trying to leech. And then every day it's like, okay, yeah, every day he's looking for work, to get her a place and blah, blah, blah. Hey, hi, Khalid. So anyway, it was just like one of those things where I ended up having to pull my gun out, and because I was like, you guys need to go, you need to go. This was a long time ago. And he was like, no, we're not leaving. I'm like, no, you really need to go, because he had shown me that he was demonic, and he knew what I was, and I knew what he was. You know what I mean? It was one of those things where you ever sit down and you lock eyes with a demon, and it's like, what's up? Like, I know what you are. He was one of those, it wasn't even a question. And I think he didn't even try to wear the mask, because he probably figured already with him ditching, her in that condition, that I was not going to be in favor, of whatever he had to say. But anyway, yeah. So he was like, what are you going to do? Call 911? Your phone don't work. Okay. So actually the only reason it does work is to call 911. So ding, but no. So yeah, that's when it was time to, get them out of here. And unfortunately, she had to go with them because it was a package deal at that point. So, but yeah, no, I had to like pull my gun, and be like, get the fuck out. So that's the last time I'm going to try to help any, you know, zombie people. Hello. Hello, hello. But the zombiness is what we were kind of going back to. Yeah, there were some people making love on the bench as I was bicycling back to the shop tonight. It was pretty funny. I was like, oh boy, cool. And then, you know, there's just all kinds of people walking around, and it just feels like, you know, they're in a different dimension. The way I explain it, the way that I think that it's actually happening is that it's like, okay, so think about how radio stations work and how television stations work. All right. There's a frequency, there's particulate matter, you know, going through the air, energetic waves, okay, that go into the antenna wherever that may be, and then, you know, project that particulate matter into a device in which you're, you know, able to receive information. So, but these channels, right? There's 100 channels on TV, right? So you can, and I'm thinking, I think the way of it, you know, back in the old days, you know, when we had the bunny ears antennas, like there's different channels and frequencies that people can be on. Like you can jump frequencies as well. Like I enjoy jumping frequencies. I like to kind of like venture out into like a lower frequency for a minute and see what's going on down there, and then, you know, get up to a really high frequency and like, you know, do something really awesome and crazy, like, you know, whatever I want to manifest, you know. But you know what I mean? I feel like it's like a channel where you can like change stations, and I feel like these zombie folks were all like kind of like programmed into a certain channel frequency, possibly by like social media. A lot of them seem to be addicted to Facebook. I don't know. I don't know. But again, I'm putting guesses out there in the sky because you know, I have a feeling like intuitively, like maybe, you know, Facebook or something, or Instagram or whatever, you know, social media in general may have had something to do with this. And, you know, the reason is just because knowing like what, and I need to do a video on this, I need to do like an expose, but like big corporations use magic all the time, you know, all the time. They incorporate like sigils into their logos, stuff like that. And so, you know, knowing that that is possible and that works, you know, that also leads me to believe that you can probably impress, you know, the same principles either of magic on a spiritual level, or if you just look at like, you know, psychology and how the brain works with like addiction and stuff. And like what I'm thinking of is like slot machines, okay, Vegas, all right? Like there have been extensive studies done on, you know, how to get people addicted to gambling, right? So when you walk into a casino, there's certain aspects of it, you know, the blinking lights, like there's a certain way that they blink, and the colors that they use, and the smell of the casino, and the oxygen in the air, and the everything, the color scheme that they use, all of it is pre-designed. All of it is studied very, very heavily to make sure that they get maximum attention from you. You know what I mean? A maximum, like they know how to trigger thrill-seeking areas of your brain. They know how to trigger, you know, addiction areas of your brain. They know how to trigger all kinds of things, you know, just by using these simple techniques. So imagine you incorporate a little magic into that, you know, and then what do you got? You know, you got you a successful casino. But you know what I mean? So I feel like with social media, again, this is not news, guys. This is just, you know, I'm trying to figure out what's going on just like everybody else. And it seems to be global. A lot of people around the world are talking about this. It's like, you know, people walking around kind of like moaning, groaning, not willing or able to like save their own lives, not wanting to make any sort of changes that would extend their life in any way. Just literally like as I vape my vape. But yeah, it's been an interesting experience being on this earth at this time, I guess. We could be grateful for that. I always, say that. I'm like, I'm really honored that, God chose us, the people that are here right now to be here to witness all of this stuff because it is so intense. It's very intensely spiritual, but also, um, the fact that we get to, again, that we get to witness it and, be a part of it is crazy, and kind of, even if you're, in the light, you get to watch it from kind of like a different level, you know what I mean? And yeah. All right, guys, I'm probably boring you all to death. Let me see. The audacity of some demons, Latoya. She's trying to get me going. Yes, girl. They have audacity. That is one thing that demons do bring to the table is audacity. Yeah, it's, again, I try not to, I'm trying not to give them any, like, even thought or energy. It's like Marie earlier. I was looking for, like 1800 style jazz. Like, if you get into jazz, like, it's like a whole, like, journey, and I love it. So I was looking for, like, old early 1900s, like, prohibition era jazz, to put on, and these songs kept coming on that were, like, really uplifting and really, like, like, catchy and, like, little, it was basically jazz renditions of, like, 70s songs, 80s songs. I'm like, Marie, like, because I put on just jazz in general as, like, a genre, and I let her pick what she wanted, but she was like, girl, get your head off the ground, you know what I mean? Like, come back up here with me, because it's smooth sailing up here. She's like, we're fiddle-dee-dee, girl. So yeah, I don't know why I just went to tangent. Oh, anyway, the audacity. So yeah, no, I know, girl. It's they have audacity, but I mean, again, I don't know what to say anymore. I just had to I had another one try to infiltrate, another one, full on attempted infiltration. I was like, no. It took me about 3 days. I made a list of literally, and this sounds like I'm an OCD Karen. I am not, but, like, I had to, like, cause sometimes I'm like, Tina, are you being too hard on people? Are you expecting too much out of people? But no, I'm not. I'm very easygoing. I really am. Like, I'm extremely, I just, I like peace, man. I like to, have peace and harmony in my life. I'm a very, I'm a Gemini. I can, like, adapt to any situation. I'm an easygoing person, you know, but, no, the audacity of some of these demons has been beyond measure, really. Yeah, they derive, you have to remember this, okay? They derive pleasure from watching you suffer, from watching you squirm, and so in the back of their mind, they're, as soon as they meet you, they're already, planning your demise. They're planning how they're going to take you down. You know what I mean? And so once you realize, like, it's a heartbreaking realization. I've had it so many times and I'm so ridiculously over it. But, once you realize that this person has been manipulating you, lying to you, trying to infiltrate, to attach themselves to vampire off of you, of your light, of course, first and foremost, because your empathetic energy is like, it's like grade A supply. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the primo of the primo supply for demons. They need it to function. They need something. They need any energy, that can be manifested, because they're not creators. They're not creating their own, like you are as a creator if you're in the light. So that's why it's like you don't have these ridiculous attachments to people, places, and things. It's like, huh? Like, but to them, truly, they need it for survival. They need that person for survival. They need the toxicity for survival. They need the drama. They need to create problems because it creates a certain energy, and that's what they feast off of, you know? Oh, hey, Marble, you didn't miss anything. We're just hanging out. I made a little shrine to Marie Laveau. I'm working on becoming a devotee. I've been working on that for since the very beginning. She was the first entity that came to me. I'm going to tell you guys another story about Marie and when I first like started doing magic because it was insane. Um, so anyway, yeah, going back to these demons. You know, that moment when you realize it's like, gotcha. You know what I mean? Like the whole thing was a lie. The whole thing was a sham. This person not only never cared about you, but they were there to, you know, they work for the adversary, you know, so they're there to take you down. So once one doesn't work, the adversary sends another and then another and then another, you know, and it's always the same exact, I have it written out. It's like the washed up wannabe player's handbook. Like I literally, I'm going to write the book, but it's the same exact cycle for all of them. Love bombing. Oh, you're the best thing ever. You know, you're going to save me. You're, you know, they put you on a pedestal, you know, and then it starts into either slow or fast devaluing, you know, like some of them start to devalue you from the start. So that way they can try to get you in check right from the get, or they want to test how, you know, how keen you are to what they're doing. You know what I mean? So some of them will throw in little snide, you know, comments. The last one was like, I was showing him a picture of me from a year ago because we were looking at my eyelash extensions. These are not extensions, by the way. These are magnetic lashes that I bought during the pandemic that have served me well. But anyway, the last one was like, you know, oh, my ex-girlfriend who's literally in prison for, okay, I don't remember. Okay, he told me 2 prison stories. One was the girl was in prison for meth. The other one was that she tried to fucking, not blackmail, but fucking, what is it called? Like, okay, a celebrity. I should just say it, but no. A celebrity from a very popular kids TV show from the 90s. Okay, so I guess this person was like partying with this person, the celebrity, and the celebrity was doing some drugs, and this person took, of course, pictures and video because this is what demons do, you know. They have to video and picture everything, you know, and tried to, what is that called when you it begins with an E, I think. It's not embezzle. But anyway, so this person got caught. Okay, so John Stamos was like, oh, hell the fuck no. Like, oh, shit, I just said his name. Anyway, I guess his lawyers, you know, of course, he's got great lawyers, you know. Defame, but it wasn't defame. It was, not embezzle, not blackmail. Why can't I think of it? There's a word, but it's like when you're, it's kind of like, it's like blackmail, but I don't know. Anyway, let's just say blackmail for fun. But this person got caught, like to the point where they ended up in prison. You know what I mean? Like they actually served prison time for this. So I mean, it is illegal, you know, again, these demons forget, like there's laws, you know, there's actual like laws in this country. And extortion. Thank you. Extort. Yes, that's what it is. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So anyway, yeah, it was yeah, so anyway, he's telling me about this, you know, this chick, and he showed me a picture of her. I am not being mean, but, you know, people on meth look a certain way. You know what I mean? And yeah, he was like, I was showing him the picture of the eyelashes. He was like, wow, you looked really good back then. He's like, what happened? And this guy, okay, I was like, okay, receding hairline. I didn't say it to him, but I'm like, bro, your hairline is literally all the way back here. It's time to go ahead and do a buzz and give it up. You know what I mean? And this is what I'm talking about. The aging, washed up wannabe player. You want to call me ugly? And why? I was nothing but kind and hospitable. Seriously. But it's because he knew that I knew what he was, you know? I see right through them now. So there's no point in, yes, girl, yes, Marble Cake, I'm telling you, it's coming. I'm going to do books. I'm going to do videos. I'm going to do a whole educational series because, you know, I'm breaking the cycle for my kid. You know what I mean? Like there's not going to be any abusive, asshole on my side of things, you know what I mean? Yes, we're broke. We're poor, okay? Mama's got no power, but guess what? Mama is loving and kind, and we are healthy and sane over here, and we don't have no drama, no nothing like that. You know what I mean? I don't expose her to anything like that, and I never will. Never. So these fools want to try to come infiltrate my life. Okay, yeah, whatever. You no. No. Not gonna happen. I know I have a divine partner out there. I know it, which is the only reason I'm even talking to people. I was married for most of my life, needed dating. Girl, I'm sorry I called you girl. I don't know if you're a girl or boy, but, or, anything. I apologize. But, no, it's bad. So I, again, I was married, I got divorced when Emmy was like a year and a half. And I spent 5 years, well, the last 6 years, I have been single, living alone. February was 6 years, so it's a little over 6 years now. I have dated people, but I have not had any official boyfriends. I have not lived with anybody else. I have not been in anything that you could call like a relationship for that amount of time. And, look what I did with the time that I had, that I wasn't being distracted by jerks. You know what I mean? I built a whole empire and then lost it due to what? The biggest jerk ever. But this was like Luciferian scale jerk. Literally Luciferian. So, yeah, they have a lot of audacity, but here's the thing. What you have to remember when you're dealing with these demons, and that is that you are by far more powerful. I almost lost everything too, but we are alive and strong. And that's literally all you can ask for, girl. Like I said, big boss man, the creator, God has my back. Like everything that I have needed, literally not wanted, and I don't want for anything either. I don't want for shit. Guess what? A year ago today, I was rich. You know what I mean? Like I was loaded, driving a Mercedes, like, I mean, it can happen, it can happen to anybody. You know what I mean? This kind of thing, a lot of people are like, oh, no, I can't. I'm no dumbass like you. You know what I mean? And they're laughing at me for being a dumbass, And I get that. Yeah, I was a dumbass. I was naive. I was not prepared for the business world. I was not prepared for, for the level of betrayal that I received from my family and, from who I considered, my best friend in the whole world. That was really dirty. But, they're all doing their thing, and I wish them well. I do. I have no ill will towards anybody that's tried to harm me in any way. I wish you all well. I do. I mean, the karma is that you lose a really good person. You lose someone that genuinely cared for you. And that's hard to find. It's hard to find. So it's a little gem in this life, especially in these times, So that's the way you have to look at it, girl. You are the gem, and that goes for all of you in the light. You are the gem. Don't let these things make you feel like you are less than, or that you are not good enough, or that you are ugly, or whatever they're trying to project onto you. That is literally all of their insecurities. They're just vomiting them on you, If they're accusing you of cheating, it's because they're cheating. I learned that too. If it's, I mean, whatever they're saying, whatever they're doing, these are very weak, powerless beings, okay? At the end of the day, your words, your power, just with the light in you, could literally bring them to their knees like that, if you wanted to. You have the power, but they don't. And that's the other thing they have. Again, this is the Jezebel. It's Jezebel that's attached to them. They have jealousy issues. They're jealous of you. What kind of man is jealous of his woman? Do you know what I'm saying? Literally, what kind of, I'm sorry, maybe maybe I just grew up differently. I don't know. But like my dad, ex-dad was never jealous of, you know what I mean? My stepmom, like he thought she was so hot. Like he was so proud to walk by her side, At least when I knew them. You know what I mean? Like, like he was never jealous, like tried to pull her down. No, I mean, she got her doctorate, married to him, like started all these charities and foundations, like, like they work together as a team. Unfortunately, one of them's not in the light, but you know what I mean? It's I have no I can't understand it. I'm like, you're jealous of what? Like what? What, that I started a business? What? That people want to talk to me? What? You know, that I'm successful. Oh, it hurts because they didn't do what you did. They didn't take the time off to heal and to, better themselves and build an empire, for themselves. And again, this is general, but I feel like it applies to a lot of people. They didn't do that. They just wasted their life partying, trying to cover up, trauma and shit from their childhood with drugs and alcohol. And, didn't mature past the age of whenever they started using drugs and alcohol, which is usually for a lot of them very young, Again, it all stems from trauma. It's your mother putting the Jezebel, or whoever the caretaker was, putting the Jezebel spirit on you. And that's traumatic. It is. My mom tried so hard to do that to me. She tried so hard. Like, she was so freaking jealous. Oh my God. My mother's a hateful, spiteful bitch. She is. She tried to kill me multiple times, She's crazy. But, which makes it all the more apparent that, you can go through trauma, you can have shitty parents, and you don't have to treat people like shit, You don't have to accept the demonic attachment that's been placed upon you. It's a generational curse. And by you making the free will choices to do what you do and to harm others and to be a bad negative energy in this world, you're keeping that curse alive, And before you know it, you've sold your soul to the devil, and there's no turning back for a lot of these people. So maybe being zombied out is just easier than dealing with the fact that they've never, done the right thing a day in their lives. That's got to be a hard pill to swallow. But again, it's a free will choice to be a predator, or it's a free will choice to be a good person, Everybody has that choice. I could go out right now and, be predatory towards someone, but why would I do that? You know what I mean? Like, what good would that serve me? How do you know if you sold your soul? Well, I mean, okay. So again, I'm not an expert on this stuff, guys. The best way, all right. So the best way I can put that is if you find yourself naturally gravitating towards, the dark, maybe, evil has repaid you in some way, right? Because the devil plays tricks, okay? The devil is a very manipulative, asshole. There's no honor amongst thieves, okay? So a lot of people, again, they'll find other demons will come along and teach them, tricks, right? Tricks. Like, this is what we do. This is how we live. This is what we do. And in your heart, in your innate soul, this is wrong, right? Like, this doesn't feel right. I don't feel right, but you still proceed with doing whatever feels very wrong to you, and that would be kind of like you've given your soul over to a force, that's not God. So, I mean, I very generally broadly say it as selling your soul to the devil, but I mean, you can be controlled by some of the devil's, again, for Lucifer to literally be, possessing your body, you got to be a high level demon. These are people that do crazy shit, okay? I've seen it. I have seen it. I have literally seen like the woo! All right, it's literally it's like something that, like, that's the most seeing that was like the most one of the most traumatic things I've ever seen. I don't ever want to see that again, the demonic blue light radiating like rays out of somebody's eyes is very scary. But again, this person made free will choices every single day to be a horrible human being, you know, a horrible human being, to take advantage of others, to lie, to manipulate. And these are free will choices, you know. You have the free will. You can stop right now. Literally, you have the free will. That's what God gives you. It's a present, you know. You can stop right now, you know, and change your life right now, you know, and say, you know what, tomorrow I'm not going to be a dickhead. I'm not going to be an asshole, you know. I'm not going to try to take people down. Maybe I'm even going to seek therapy or treatment for some of this stuff that I know that I'm doing that's wrong, because I know that I have, you know, demons imposed upon me. You know what I mean? You hang out with demons long enough and they gnaw away at your soul little by little. This is why I do not interact with narcissists. Because little by little, they chip away, like the guy saying I was ugly. Okay, it's one little stupid comment. They also have their monkeys, and then they cause you to have reactive abuse. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. I'm going to be back in literally less than 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Okay, let's talk about the flying monkeys. So demons work in flocks. I call them like it's like a flock of crows, okay? But no, they work in flocks of flying monkeys. Okay, so that dynamic is, so the flying monkeys themselves are also demonically possessed, okay? I don't know what the hell is on them. They're also Jezebel, you know, but I don't know if it's like Jezebel light or what you would call that. It's still the same thing. They're all working for the same boss. I love Marie Laveau. I can't spell her last name, but she has helped me control my mind, and I want to set up an altar for her as well, but I can't find anything. Oh my gosh, Kelly. Okay, so I found that little mini altar on Etsy, but maybe I'll make a couple of those like over the next couple of days and list them on Etsy, you know. That's like, if you look on Etsy, put in her name on the search bar, there's a lot of people that make things that are devoted to her. All right, so the flying monkeys, guys, this whole flock thing, yeah, they work in groups. They do. You know, all right, let me think about how to phrase this. So the one thing that, you know, the lead demon in the group, you know, cannot survive without, again, is energy from others, right? So they'll create a group of very unsavory characters around them, just to generate, you know, energetic supply so that they can feast off of this energy. Again, whether it's toxic, yay, thank you. Like I said, I need to do something, you know, I want to make sure, let me do a little bit more working with her. I don't want to, you know, again, declare myself a Marie Laveau devotee just quite yet. I need to do a little bit more stuff, but before I start making her products and things like that. Like, I take my work with all of the spirits that I work with very seriously. Like, I make sure that they want to work with me, that it's going to be a good relationship and stuff. So far it seems good though. Her energy is amazing. I've had her up above my desk for a long time, and you know, again, not asking for anything, just having her hang out in the shop with us. But anyway, so yeah, they work in flocks. They have enablers, you know, supporters. They call them, you know, they're the flying monkeys. They're the ones that will come in as a group and attack you, you know, as a light worker. And what's sad about that is that a lot of them they're very, you know, they come through as like friends, you know, or they come through as like they're very interested in you, you know what I mean? They make a very fake effort to get to know you. Yeah, it is strong energy, I know. It's the best. They'll gather intel for the lead demon in the flock. So they'll either stalk you or they'll ask you questions. I mean, the demon will assign them to, you know, all different assignments, you know. And then once things go south, you know, with the demon that you're dealing with, that flock will, attack you. Um, and they do it in any way that they think is going to hurt you the most. They're not, again, you have to understand those. So if you're dealing with someone who has a flock of flying monkeys around them, we'll say they're like they're like a medium level demon. Okay, so they have some sort of power, something behind them that's giving them the right to have a flock, and supporters. They've done enough demonic shit, they've done enough bad stuff and served Satan well enough that he's awarded them with, this group of supporters, right? Because again, these demons, unfortunately, like I said, the devil is a trickster, he's a manipulator. But once he converts somebody over to work for him, to become a marksman for him, he basically destroys their life. He gets them addicted to all kinds of stuff under the guise, because like it's, when they're young, you know what I mean, or whatever, just getting started, it's like, oh, this is the best life ever, you know what I mean? He sells it to them like, yeah, this is awesome, this is awesome. And the next thing you know, you're 50 and you turn around and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't stop, drinking, I can't stop, partying, it's my lifestyle, I don't know what to do without it, and it's, again, even 30, 35, and again, I'm not an ageist, but there's a certain point where, and I partied through my 20s, guys. I love to party. I love to have fun. I never did like drugs or anything like that. I smoked weed about 10 times in my life prior to getting my medical marijuana license that I have now. But no, the flock of flying monkeys, they're the worst because they will lie. For the demon, they'll do anything. They'll take the fall and the demon will turn around, right back around and stab them right in the back too. Talk shit about them, lie about them, use them to take the fall for things that they do wrong, blame them for stuff. It's abuse. It's an abusive cycle. It's all an abusive cycle, demonic cycle of abuse. That's what it is. So the people that are flying monkeys for this, demon also were abused and also had a spirit impressed upon them. Now, either they have the full-blown Jezebel or they have other attachments, maybe several attachments. Most do. Because once one comes in and, tears enough away where the light is gone, it's never gone, but once the light is diminished to the point where, only darkness resides, it's like the feast, So then they get all kinds of other shit. That's how it goes with every single one that I've ever known. I've only known a few in the professional world that were able to do their demonic things and still succeed regardless of God, throwing vengeance at them. And again, these are higher level demons. There's a hierarchy, there's a structure, just like the military, and just like we have too as warriors for God. We've got everything. You've got archangels, which are going to be right up there with God. You know what I mean? You've got everything down to me, which is a light worker. Maybe that's considered somewhat of an officer in God's army, but and then I bring other warriors into our cause, and try to shine a light, on the darkness where it needs to be shown. That's why God sends me on missions. All right, let me see. So guys, I'm going to start channel memberships, and I made like the lowest one like $2.99 or something. I'm still going to do live streams, of course, here as well, but I kind of want to take it to members only, just because, again, I have so many haters right now that are looking for any reason to like tear me down. So I talk about spiritual stuff on here, and then that gets used against me. It's like, you know what I mean? They use it to accuse me of being crazy and stuff like that. So the only reason I'm doing memberships is to put a little bit of a paywall in front of it, so only the real serious haters can, come through. Haters jump out of the woodwork too. You'd be shocked. Ugh. Shocked, but not surprised, Like, wow, you really are that bad. You're as bad as I thought. Aw. Thank you. Yeah, no, I'm still, and again, I'm still gonna be here. I want to talk to you guys about this stuff. It's super important. We need a space to, you know, discuss these things that's, free and open. Again, the enemy does use this stuff against us to, again, make us look crazy or whatever the case may be. Um, but oh, Kelly, thank you so much. No, I appreciate you. I know you're not a hater. I know that. I know. And again, I don't want you guys to think I'm putting up any firewalls against you guys. Listen, God sends you to my channel for a reason. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, when you find people on YouTube, I kind of love it because it's for that reason. You know what I mean? It's like not every channel is going to have a divine, well, every channel, everything you consume has a divine impact on your life to some degree, right? But you find YouTubers or people, online sometimes that it's like, this makes sense, you know what I mean? Like I connect with this person. I have that too, you know what I mean? And I've connected with a lot of you guys on a, very personal level as well. Not all of you, but, a lot of you guys have, again, been with me for many years. And, have seen me through so much, but again, you know, it's, it's all good. Like I said, I know God has my back. I'm not worried. I'm working very, very hard to, get into the next chapter as hard as I possibly can, and doing everything I can since before COVID. That's when it was right before COVID when I started realizing that demons were real, and that they took on human form. I think that's kind of when the first, yeah, literally 5 years ago, I was not talking anything like this. I was in law for 17 years. I used to do your, oh, thank you, Marble. Thank you so much. Honey, I'm going to start doing them again very, very soon. Like I said, I got stuck, I got stuck at, there was a couple of things. One is a, psychological response to, severe trauma. It was like, you know what I mean? I got frozen. Like I would literally sit there and try to work and just shake. Like I couldn't even work. I got the shakes, that's how bad, the warfare was. I know you're having things, me too. I can't do anything right now. Yeah. It was bad. But again, I had to, God wanted me to take a break and, put me, in a position where all I could do was call out to him and depend on him and ask him for guidance. Yeah. And that's the thing too, that was the problem. I'm like, God, I'm trying to help, these demonically possessed, beings. I want to help them. I don't, I thought that's what, people of the light were supposed to do, but he gave me the realization that I was enabling the adversary, doing that, and at my own cost, because he needs me out here spreading love and light, you know what I mean, and serving, people in the world in the way that he wanted me to, by being a channel, by being, able to, share these, miraculous, things that I'm able to create here, with the world. And I do not work with Hecate, no. I not that I wouldn't, I just don't currently. My list is a little short. I'll go over it with you guys. I work with the Orisha, which is the 7 African powers, so all of them. I work with Saint Expedite, Our Lady of Laredo, Saint Joseph, the Terror of Demons. He's been amazing. And I'm trying to think. Anima Sola, I do work with her as well. She does have a dedicated space here too. And I don't think I'm forgetting anybody. I'm not. And of course, Marie is who I'm working with next. But no, my list is pretty small, simply because, again, it takes me a long time to develop the relationship with the deity enough to you know, to ask them for anything. You know what I mean? Like I love their presence here. Again, Marie's energy shifted the whole, you know, the whole mood tonight. So and she did that, you know what I mean? So I'm grateful for her being here. I'm grateful to have her, you know. Yeah, thank you. Well, again, and this is not the way everybody has to do things. This is the way that I do things, you know. But everybody has their own, you know, it's spiritual. There's no rule book on working with, you know, any saint, entity, or deity. You know what I mean? You kind of have to figure that out, and you know, try to make decisions with your highest, you know, with everybody's highest good in mind. You guys have any more questions or topics of discussion for me? It's been interesting. You guys are throwing me some good ones. Yeah, Kelly, I mean, again, there's no. Oh, I have a good one. Did you guys know that the cure for narcissism was in the Bible? It was. Um, it was taken out in the King James version, and I don't know why. Like growing up, like I always knew like the Bible that we were using in church and stuff was the King James version, but I never questioned that. I never asked, who is King James? Who is he? Yes, Oya. Oya is so amazing. All of the Orisha are heaven sent. Heaven sent. And that's why I work with them. It was Marie. Again, I didn't, I'll go back to this story and then I'll tell you what the cure was, if I remember. So it was Marie that pulled me in. And then it was Allegra that called to me. He didn't call to me, okay? I started reading about Marie and learned about the Orisha that way. I didn't know anything about this stuff. I came from a, you know, fundamental Baptist church. Aw, thank you. Oh my gosh, Lysandra, thank you so much. It's so I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you for being here. Yay. So anyway, Marie pulls me in, right? And I passed the test by 1 point, right? And then I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, I really need to look into this. Like this, I'm fascinated at this point. Like what the hell just happened, you know? So I start researching it, just, you know, looking into what did I just do? You know, like what was this? And you know, read of course about Marie LAVEAU, all about her, and then, you know, got into somehow along the research path, you know, the Orisha, and I don't know what it was. It was in 2019. I was working at the last place that I worked, you know, for other people, and it was a top 10 law firm. And oh, I got done so dirty. Oh, I might be under NDA. I don't know. I don't want to say anything about it. No, I don't think I am anymore. It's probably aged out. I'll check and then I'll let you guys know if I can tell the story. But it's okay. It's normal corporate games, you know. But I was just so done at that point. Like my channel, I had started my channel when I got divorced. I was looking for something to do other than, you know, go out and party all the time, because that just didn't resonate with me anymore, you know. I was in my 30s. I'm like, I had a dream with her and I was in a tent. She told me things. It was interesting. Yes, yes. How can I research the dark arts? I mean, you can Google it. That's a way to start. There's a lot of YouTubers, a lot of TikTokers that practice that, and it is something that is important to research. I would recommend light workers research this as well. I did, as you know, extensively. You know, I'm not the, again, I have very moderate knowledge on these things because it's all coming from research. You know, I don't actually practice those dark arts, but I do have, you know, a well-rounded, you know, knowledge of those practices. But yeah, no, I that literally Google, I mean, I don't know, I have books. I like paper books, you know. This is the one, actually, I'll show you guys. I pulled it out. Okay, so I've been reading this book for like 6 months. I think I got it on Amazon. But here's the author's name and stuff. And as you can see, I've been tagging it and writing in it and stuff, but I carry it with me everywhere that I go that I could possibly read a book, you know, the park, the beach, whatever. And I read something, you know, every single time. I've been, again, it's been 6 months of studying this. But it's a really good one. If I highly recommend it. They give, you know, not only the background and all this stuff, but also, you know, specific workings and offerings and stuff that she likes and stories about her. Oh my gosh, you should totally get it. I love it. It's been very, very educational. But yeah, I learn through various methods. Either the internet's obviously the biggest tool. Be careful though. And again, you take everything with a grain of salt, right? Always, you know, seeking the higher power, you know, if that's what you work for or believe in. I don't know, you know, what your specific practices are, and whatever they are, that's, you know, that's fine. They're, how do I say this? I don't know. Anyway, I'm just, you know, everybody has, again, a free will choice and decision, and I respect every human being's decision on this earth, whatever it may be, you know? Anyway, so what were we talking about? I was saying something about, oh, Marie, and how I got in with the Legua and them. Okay. So I was looking into the magic stuff, reading about it, blah, blah, blah. I was working at this, you know, really high-end law firm, and totally miserable. Like, oh my gosh. Like, I was driving home one day. This is what the kicker was. And I had to, so one of the parts that made it so awful was that they did a bait and switch on me. So I quit my job at the Fortune 500. I was there for like 5.5 years, you know, because they told me that at this firm, which was located 1.5 hours away from where I lived, by the way, almost, it was like closer to Disney World than it was to my house, which is crazy. So they were like, oh, you know, we'll offer you like a hybrid remote position, so you can work from home like 3 days a week and then come in 2 days a week. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. I can do that. You know, I can do that. And again, I have the YouTube channel already. I have the tarot readings going. That's my whole, you know, side gig. It was picking up, you know, like tremendously, but I couldn't take on all the business that was coming in because I had this job, right? So I go into the job, and I'm ready to like rock and roll. I was actually really excited because I was hired to help build out the compliance program at this firm, which was a big deal. You know, this was going to impact, you know, a lot of people, it impacted almost everybody, you know what I mean? So I was really excited, and the person that hired me was, you know, well respected in the field. And then he left maybe 3 days after I got there, and then they were like, all right, so we're gonna need you in the office every single day of the week, you know, like here's your phone, here's your laptop, you know, like be prepared to be on call 24/7, you know, like it was, you know, it was a bait and switch. So it wasn't that bad. I'm being a little dramatic. I wasn't on call 24/7, but you know, it was like I was supposed to be able to work remote and like, you know, have this nice like life, and you know, be able to spend time with my kid, which was really all I wanted to do, you know. But you know, once I got in there, it was a matter of days, and they were like, oh no, we need you here every day. So now I'm making this 1.5-hour commute every day, the way in and on the way back. I'm 3 hours in the car every day just to go to this job, you know? And so, and it wasn't just that. And then I'm getting treated like shit, you know, while I'm there. Like there was a whole situation. First they were like, oh my God, here's your desk. And then they were like, you know what? We're going to put you in an office. They're like, do you want to see your office? I'm like, yeah. It's a broom closet that we converted, you know, to an office for you. I'm like, oh my God, thank you. Actually, I was great with that. I was like, cool, man. I can live in a broom closet. Like, I'm good with that. Honestly, like, I love that. It was like, you know what I mean? People actually had to like walk around the corner, like around the printer, which was right next to my head, you know, to come into this like broom closet and stuff. And you know, sit and like talk to me. So like I was very like secluded, and I made sure that like when people would come up, you know, I'd be sitting in there all weird with like my crystals and my tarot cards, like hi, can I help you, you know? and like scare everybody away. So it, I was, yeah. Anyway, it gave me a lot of motivation to build my own company and and to work for myself. I was like, okay, I was done. Anyway, so I'm driving home one day, and all of a sudden my vision, which prior to this I had zero, knock on wood, zero health problems, period, like some anxiety, from other things I'd been through in life, but nothing debilitating in any way. So I'm driving home, and all of a sudden it's like a cone, like I'm like, oh my God, and I'm on the bridge, like, hiking it over the bridge, like, whoa. So like I pulled over, I'm like, my vision just went like tunneled, like that was crazy. Like, what did I just enter a different dimension? And I think maybe that's what happened. Like, think about it. That's probably what happened. God was like, okay, now we're gonna change your channel. Bam. So I'm driving across the bridge, my vision starts to go tunnel. I don't know what that was. So I'm like, okay, I'm not a loser. So like, I'm like, I'm going to make it home. So this was not a good idea. I should not have done this. I should have stopped and called 911 right then and there. But again, when it's happening to you, you don't realize like, like, oh my gosh, like I'm having this medical emergency. In your mind, you're like, let me get home as quick as I can so I can get off the road and, get this ish sorted out. So I get home, and I sit down, and something was wrong. So I drove myself to the emergency room, first time ever in the ER, ever. The only time I'd ever been in the hospital was when I had Emmy. That's it. And my blood pressure was like 210 over something. I don't know. Again, I don't know medical stuff, but it was extremely high, and my pulse was extremely high. It was like I was having a coronary condition, so a cardiac condition. So anyway, yeah, it was, that was the symbol. Well, that wasn't the sign. I was still sitting there in the hospital, again, the work phone. I'm like in the hospital, right? I've got all the electrodes, hooked up to everywhere, IVs coming out of my arms, and I'm like, hey boss, hey, I'm sorry, I had a medical emergency this evening, and I am actually currently in the hospital. It was like 1 a.m., 2 a.m., something, there was a new girl starting, and they wanted me to train her, and she had started the day that I had the medical emergency. So I had already met her that day and walked her through the basics and stuff, but they wanted me to, my boss texted back and was like, well, so-and-so, you're training so-and-so, so you need to be there tomorrow. And I was like, but like, no, but like, I'm literally in the hospital. Like, I'm in the hospital, like admitted not admitted, but I'm in the hospital, and they were like, yeah, you need to be there. I was like, okay, cool. So it was like the moment of enlightenment, I walk out to my car. I'm like, still in my work clothes from the day before, badge is sitting there, everything's sitting there, and I'm like, okay, all right, cool, I'm going to work. And as I drove to work, it was like the sun was shining different that day. Like, the drive over the bridge is gorgeous. It's luminous, like Tampa Bay is beautiful. It's flying into Tampa Bay is one of the most experiences you'll ever have. It's a beautiful area. The sun like dances on the water. It sparkles like diamonds. Like, it's just it's very gorgeous. So anyway, I'm driving over the bridge, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not doing this. Like, I'm just not. Life's too short, So I walked in there. I didn't cause a scene or anything. I just walked into HR and handed them my laptop and my badge and my phone. And I was like, hi, I resign. Thank you so much. Bye. This happened to me at my job when it snowed really bad and I was stranded. Yeah, they want you to die for them. Yes. Sacrifice your life for your job. Like, what? No, no. So, yeah, no. Anyway, I was like, nope, we're not doing that. So, yeah, quit my job right then and there. And, it worked out fine. It worked out fine. I always say give my firstborn, literally your firstborn, your left leg, whatever else they can take. I mean, and that's the issue. Like people, the old school way, especially in my generation, I'm a little older than a lot of you youngins, but I was raised up by older lawyers, you know what I mean, that were like from the lawyer that founded my firm that I was at for my whole youth, my 20s, which I love all of them and love 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 and light to every single person there, because again, they made me who I am. But they did a lot, like they were instrumental, good people. So anyway, but these are these old lawyers, that come from New York City, and they've got an idea in their mind about how they want their firm to be run and operated, and they will whip you into shape. You know what I mean? They're not going to be embarrassed by no trashy hoe at the reception desk. You know what I mean? Like you gotta look good, girl. This is millions of dollars. You know what I mean? These are big clients, like so. Um, I don't even know where I was going with this. But anyway, yeah, they want you to, what was I going to say? Something about they want you to sell your soul, but again, I don't know where I was even going with this. I just got like stranded in my thoughts. Sorry, guys. ADD. Oh, okay. What I was going to say is that job, as strict and almost ended on accident. As strict and as crazy as they were, they recognized that I was a human being, and that everybody that worked there was also a human being, and so that's how I kind of was raised up, professionally. It was like, you know, yes, we work hard, but we're battle buddies, we have each other's backs. And if somebody's in the hospital, we're not telling them like, sorry, you have to come in and train Becky, like, no, like, you know what I mean? Like my ass would have been my boss, literally one of the best human beings on earth, and I say this truly, but the way I would have been taught was like, okay, go drive to the hospital, bring her flowers and, and a gift card for Publix for $100 and see if she needs anything. You know what I mean? Like especially a single mother, like you don't treat people like shit, especially people that work very, very hard for you and, sacrifice a lot of their lives, and their children sacrifice, but these people don't think like that, Right, no respect for workers or people. Yeah, no, we're not minions. You are more than a minion. Most definitely. Um, but that's the cycle. Again, these zombie people, going back to that, I live in New York City area. This sounds just like what they do. I live in the land of narcs. Oh my gosh. Okay, so Marble, I'm going to tell you right now, my heart breaks for you. I follow another light worker. She just moved from New York to Florida. When my stepdad died, my sister was about to get fired from her job. This is what I'm talking about. It's inhumane. It is inhumane. Listen to me. I am an employer now, okay? By the grace of God. I still have employees, but I have employed probably 20 people at my company, the Lovers Conjure, Twinkle Star Tarot, okay? I treat my employees not only with the utmost of respect and kindness, but also, I mean, like I gave them too much, which is how this is one of the reasons I'm in the position I am in now. They sabotaged me, but, I cannot imagine, Amy coming in, and again, she comes from this corporate mindset too. It was like, I got fired for my Oma dying. Oh my God. Wow. Yeah, guys, no. This is why, okay, so we need to again look at, our creative aspects and share those with the world. You need to make something, create something for yourself to where you're not dependent on these dick munches for freaking income, because literally all of these corporate conglomerate, whoever, it doesn't even matter. I've seen businesses that employ 10 people and the freaking owner is like the biggest like narc in the whole world. You know what I mean? Like feels like they're God, you know, because they have 10 employees or even 3 employees, you know what I mean? And abuse them and you know, feel like that's okay. That they get supply off of this, guys, you know? Like, no, there is no excuse for abuse in any form or fashion ever, you know? Oh, Marble, I'm so sorry you're in New York City. I was gonna say, like, I think half of your residents moved here as well. And it's not good. Yeah, there's so many new people. Well, the New York wave was during the pandemic because I guess everybody was pissed off about having to, you know, be courteous to your fellow man. So they came to Florida and you know what I mean? They're the ones that like drove up the real estate prices. Like it's insane. You can't even, this is why I'm in the position I'm in now. They're just as replaceable, just takes longer. Again though, when you're allowed, guys, and this is not saying like quit your job, you know, without a form of income. What I would ask you to do is literally start looking at like what can you bring to this world that you can also, you know, make money off of, to live off of, you know. Yep. Yeah, I know the rents are so crazy right now. I heard that's like global too. I don't know what they're thinking is going to happen. I mean, this greed has just gotten to the point where it's like, I'm not paying $2,000 a month to live in a 500 square foot shack in the hood. You know what I mean? Like I'm not doing it. You know, I can't do it. Like this is crazy. And I know that, you know, Florida and New York, you know, there's certain places that have been impacted, you know, a lot worse than others, but like, I don't know what they're thinking. Like, who's going to work for you? First of all, you're killing all of your small businesses. So all of the things and businesses that make these towns so quaint and fun to come to are going to be gone because either A, they're not going to be able to afford their rent, or B, they're not going to have any employees to work for them and to run the business and sustain it. Yeah, exactly. There's always somebody at the top that's just sitting back, you know, just, you know, feasting off the energy, but it's just, and the money that comes in. But, you know, I don't know, guys. I don't know. Again, this housing crisis is a problem, you know? Exactly, who's going to make their food, serve their coffee? I think they're just, I don't know. They're hoping people will commute, you know, to these jobs that pay $3 an hour plus tips, you know, or, you know, minimum wage jobs. Again, minimum wage is like what, like $8, $9 an hour? Is it 10 now? What are you going to do with that? You know, literally $400 a week. What are you going to do with that? And that should be sufficient to sustain oneself. The sad thing is that's what it should be, you know. If you're working 40 hours a week, you should be able to sustain yourself, and it's not your fault if you can't. This is the greed, you know. 15 an hour here, but it's not enough for an apartment. 15 an hour is not enough for an apartment in New York City. No, that's not, what is that, 32,000 a year? See, $7.50. Again, I don't know what our minimum wage is at right now here. I think it's in the 10 range-ish, you know. Please don't quote me on that. But I've never paid an employee minimum wage, which is why I don't even freaking know it, you know. This is so crazy. Like, yeah, it's greed, guys. This is what you have to do. You have to find what makes your soul sing. And I don't care if it's Marie Laveau or magic or cupcakes or cats or candles or whatever. You find that and you do that. You know what I mean? You put your heart into it and work really hard. And I promise you, you can get out of there. You can get out of that cycle because it's abuse. It's so sad. I remember I was like 20 making like that in my apartment, $500 Massachusetts in the 90s. I know when I first moved to Tampa 20 years ago, I remember I had like a 2-2 in North Tampa. It was $700 a month. And it was, you know, it was one of those like corporate complexes things, you know, it wasn't anything fancy, but yeah, it was $700 a month. Oh my God, my boyfriend at the time, I was dating this like lawyer who was like way older than me. Anyway, his apartment was like $750, but he lived in like the ritziest area of Tampa. Good. Kelly, good. Whatever your passion is, you need to go with that. Work with your spirit guides, work with God, the divine creator, because that's what God wants you to do. He is the creator. Remember, he modeled you in his footsteps, right? He modeled you to be like him, okay? He created all of this. Everything you see, every little all of it, you, me, and all of this, he created it. So this whole planet, you know what I mean? So he wants you to do the same on your, on your level. He wants you to embody the energy of the creator. Let me see what that last comment was, and then I'm going to run to the restroom real quick. Yes, $1 a gallon gas. I know. Remember when cigarettes were like $3 a pack? I don't know if you ever smoked, but I did. I think they're not, I don't smoke anymore, but I think they're very, very expensive now. Last I saw, I think they were around 10 or something. I don't know. It's so crazy. All right, guys, I'll be back in literally 2 minutes. I'm just going to run to the restroom real quick. Hi, guys. All right. Hello, everybody that's still there. Nice to see ya. I'm going to turn my chat back on. Sorry, guys. In order to, if I apologize if I'm missing your chats, I have to like literally push a button to see. I need to think of a business. Let me go back up a little bit. So Kelly said, mine is crystals. I want to sell them and make jewelry. Kelly, they're like, I met a guy. There's a guy in this town, and he opened a shop like right around the same time that I opened mine. It's called We Rock Rocks, and he's a crystal like guru, right? I call him a crystal dealer, but like not in the and again, it's not in a drug way at all, but he knows about all these crystals, like all over the world. Like he travels all over the world, and he brought me back into his warehouse. He was going to originally be supplying my crystal selection here because he was a legitimate source for like, ethically sourced crystals. I try to make sure everything that I carry, everything that I use is ethically sourced whenever, at all possible. Sometimes, with the more obscure like crystals, herbs, things like that we use in the shop, it's not, easy to verify that. But this guy, obviously knew his shit, and I'm coming from a compliance background, so I was able to you know, see this pretty clearly. But he brought me back into like his warehouse and stuff. And I mean, again, getting into crystals if you really want to. And I should have asked him how he got into the business, you know, like what brought him into that world, you know. But I didn't. But I could, you know. But yeah, no, crystals are a fascinating trade to be in, not only from a business perspective, but from more of a like spiritual perspective, because they are so powerful. They have so many different, you know, uses and things. There's a lot of stuff about crystals to delve into. The crystalline grids being one of them. But yes, you should get into crystals. Look into the crystalline grids. All right, let's see. Man, those are the times I want to like, yeah. Okay, you need to think of a business you fell off the wayside when you had your narc experience. Drains your energy, turns you into them. No motivation. Marble. Yes, that's what they want. That's exactly what they're trying to do, is siphon every ounce of light out of you. They literally, again, you know, look at it like a candle. They want to like, you know, extinguish you as much as possible. And that's, again, this is just their nature. It's what they do. It's what they are. They hold no power, you know, when you walk with God, you know, when you walk with the light of God, and they, you know, they may be able to like, you know, you know, do funny shit like fuck up your finances for a little bit or something like that, but like literally they hold no power, you know, in your life if you don't allow them to. But the secret is you have to cut them all off, because that's the only way to heal. If you're, I realized, like, you know, when I, you know, went through like it was the stalker, I don't know, it was like the person before the stalker, but I started to realize like there's something very wrong with these people. This is not normal, you know, behavior. Not just behavior, but there's something very spiritually wrong, you know, with these people. You know, at this point I'm still thinking they're people. And guys, they are people in the sense that they have a human meat suit, just like me, just like you. We all have a human meat suit, okay? So we're humans. Yeah, sure. And they love to say that, you know, everybody's human. Yeah, we are. Yes, we are. But our inner workings, our soul, what, you know, what the fiber of our being, the core of our essence is not the same. You know, this is a different, whatever that is, entity, you know, this is it comes from a different place, you know, it's not the same thing. Anyway, the narcs, you know, that's what they want to do. They again, they feast off of your energy, especially, you know, if you're a radiant person, if you're somebody that's positive, they, you know, that's, again, grade A supply. Somebody who's kind and empathetic and loving, they will completely obliterate you. They think it's funny too. And this is the thing, you have to remember, when, you know, whenever you're thinking about dealing with a narc or going back to a narc, remember, they do not feel guilt or remorse or sympathy, you know? So the fact that they don't have the capacity to feel guilt, you know, or remorse, means that they can go out and literally, I mean, this is what, you know, like they can go out and do anything, and they don't feel bad about it at all. They don't feel bad about the way that they did you. They think this is funny. You know, because, and that's the thing, when they come, you know, knocking back around, which they always do, it's part of their cycle. All right. Remember, you know, their first thought when they saw you was, I'm going to take this bitch down. How do I do that? Let me find her vulnerabilities. Let me find her weaknesses. That's exactly what they thought. And they did exactly that, you know? And they don't have any guilt about it. They don't feel bad. But what's going on right now with these zombie people is that these narcs have fucking, you know, literally used each other for supply. I mean, once you leave, again, they cannot be alone. They're completely codependent. They need other people to siphon energy. So they will move on just like that. I mean, they already have another person or two or three in place, you know, to replace you. They truly don't. This is proven psychological studies. Like this is doctors, you know, literally saying this, you know, this is a known thing. So So because they know that like there's a risk, of course there's a risk that anybody could wake up one day and be like, I'm not doing this anymore, or whatever the case may be, you know. So they always have, and they need as much supply as necessary, and as much, you know, admiration. It boosts their ego. Again, this is another form of supply. But no, they, you know, they have at least one other person lined up. They're already talking to somebody else while they're talking to you or with you, even if they're married to you. They have other people lined up already. It's crazy. That you wouldn't even know about, you wouldn't even think, you know? But anyway, as soon as you leave, they're like, haha, gotcha, you know, and then they jump right into the next person, you know what I mean? Or if they may have used you as third party supply, you know what I mean, where they were bored with their current supply, so they're seeking a little adventure and excitement, so they go out in the, you know, wild and find you, you know, the kind-hearted empath that's willing to, you know, hear them out, listen to their stories, take care of them, be kind to them, you know, and it's like, ooh, you know. But once you realize what they are and cut them off, they already have, you know, again, and it's not like they don't have you, you know, like grade A supply lined up, but they have something. They have something that they can feast off of, already waiting in the wings. So it was there the whole time, you know. Yeah, once you realize how these things work and the cycles that they, you know, go through and put you through, it's very easy to walk away. Once you start identifying, like, this ain't good, you know, you're starting to see all the red flags, the party lifestyle, the flying monkeys, you know, the lies, the deception, you know, it's like, all right, easy peasy, lemon squeezy, but you got to block them and move on. And again, some of them will come into your lives depending on where you're at on your journey with mega offers, you know, mega offers, money, whatever you want. I've had it multiple times. Again, I worked in the legal field. Think about that. You know, I had high powered lawyers, you know, at my disposal when I was at their disposal, honestly, but, you know, back before I was wiser, but, you know, definitely turned down a few. And, you know, it's not the easiest thing, especially when you're struggling. They come to you at your worst a lot of times, you know, and they want to like dangle carrots in front of your face. That's what was happening to me. That's why I was just like, okay, whatever. I go into things, I don't want to be like this, but I give everybody the benefit of the doubt. I just don't trust anybody, you know, outright anymore. I got burned, you know, one too many times, but the worst burns were when I was seriously struggling. Like, I mean, I'd been struggling to afford food, you know what I mean? Like, literally skipping meals because I couldn't afford to eat. And they would do cruel things like go out to dinner, you know, with all of their friends and then call me after they were done eating, but not to like come eat with them, to come give them a ride, you know what I mean? To be a free Uber. A lot of people used me for money and stuff. Oh my gosh. Lupe, you want a question? I'm not going to charge you anything, Lupe. What's your question? You know what I mean? When they see that you're genuinely, like, truly struggling, and then they're like, let me see how I can finish her off, you know? Like, that's when it's like, okay, demon, you know? You got to walk away. You can't, no amount of money is worth, you know, living like that or being like that, you know? All right, Lupe, I'm ready when you are. I got my deck, my new deck. You mentioned a name to contact Javi to help me with the spell. No. Okay. Javi? Okay. Lupe, I don't know where that is coming from, but, like, I don't recommend other people to do spell work. I don't, like, I hope you were not talking to, like, a scammer. There are lots of people pretending to be me, okay? Some of them used to work for me and have access to my gifts and logos. People are desperate, again, not only for narcissistic supply, but for money right now. And somebody else on another live last week said that someone pretending to be me had approached them and asked for money for a reading. I don't recommend, I don't know if you remember me, I'm the widow of a veteran. Yes, I remember you. I did a reading for you, like a videotaped reading from the Etsy shop. You're the one that, oh, from the other day. No, you're the one that is waiting for the settlement. Okay. Or, you know, for them to pay out the disability payments or whatever that's called. I apologize. Okay, yes. Okay. I remember. All right, Lupe, let me see. What's your question, love? Yeah, I remember you. I know who you are. You did your cleanse. Yay. Good. Are you sure it was me? I know it's probably spell check grabbing you. Javi. I don't know, honey. Are you sure that was me that recommended that? I don't recall doing that. I mean, it's possible I was channeling, but no, I don't. Really? What did I say to do? Contact this person? Did I give you contact information? I just truly don't recall that. To do spell work? What do you want to have done? Oh, to get your disability stuff paid out? Just a name. Honey, I I truly wish I had another practitioner to refer you to right now. I truly do not. I have, can I help you? I can, but I am behind on spell work. So if you know, if you hire me to do that, you know, you have to just understand I'm doing these, you know, these group live sessions because I'm trying to catch up. I'm up to like November, December at this point, but I still probably have like 30 or 40 spells in front. Let's remove the spell. Okay. All right. Yeah. So what you're going to want to get on Etsy is a jinx remover. But again, I want, like, I need like a couple more weeks. I don't want to turn you away because I know you need help. At all. But what I'm telling you is that I am behind, you know, like it's difficult for me to take. You did? Okay. To the lovers conjure at Gmail, the one that I'm locked out of. I'm telling you, God is not, like, God's like, no, like, I'm so sorry. Like, I got locked out, but I will get back in there. It'll be fine. No, it's not that I want to help you. It's just, you know, I've got to catch up with, like, you know, the people that I owe spell work to first. And then, and I won't be too much longer, you know. I'm working as hard as I can and as much as I can. I just, you know, I have to make sure that I'm putting everything I have into it. You have a question of your work? Okay, what's that? Okay, you're an esthetician mobile service. Lovely. don't know what direction to take. I'm working several places and mobile. Okay. All right. Let me see. All as an esthetician. Music stopped. Let's see. Lupe, please. All right. Let me grab them. Okay, Lupe. So you've got the 10 of Cups. Hold on. The You Are One card, which is a bonus card in this deck. It's not actually a tarot card. The 5 of Wands reversed. I see what's going on. The 6 of Wands. And the 3 of Cups reversed. 2 of Pentacles reversed. Okay. So what I'm seeing here basically is that it looks like you love doing what you do. Like you really enjoy being an esthetician, but there's a lot of competition maybe in your area. I also kind of feel like maybe there was a friend that got you involved in this career field that maybe, I don't want to say like had negative intentions, but this would be somebody that like almost like an MLM, you know, where they believe strongly that, you know, they can make it to the top of the pyramid, and so they are strongly trying to push on you that you can also make it to the top of the pyramid one day with them, you know, blah, blah, blah. And so it's kind of like you get sucked into something. Now, if that's not the case, and the reason I'm saying that is because you have the 3 of Cups reversed, a lot of times that can indicate kind of like friends with motives or intentions that aren't necessarily like super awesome. And then the 2 of Pentacles reversed, it's almost like you got into business with somebody. Maybe like they pulled you in as a partner because they needed funding or something like that, but it may have been sold to you as like a 10 of Cups thing. I'm sorry, I'm just kind of looking through to see, you know, what Spirit is advising you. With this card, you know, here, how do I say this? It's almost like if you're doing something for the sole purposes of like your friend was like, hey, I make a lot of money doing this. Like, you know, like this is, you know, easy money, or it's not easy money to be an esthetician. I know that. I'm not just discrediting or, you know, your job in any way. But what I'm thinking here is like, it may have been sold to you as something that was a lot easier than it actually is. And there's a couple of reasons. One, there's heavy competition. 2, you know, I don't know if I'm correct or not, but it does look like you got into some sort of like business partnership that maybe wasn't the best. It's not your fault or anything. It's just that somebody pulled you into this knowing like they were going to be relying on you, or like there was some sort of hidden intention. That's what I'm seeing. Let me see. What is Lupe's guidance, please? Because with this is telling me to like, it's almost like Fleetwood Mac. You can go your own way. You can go your own way. Let me see. Yeah, and if you're feeling the need to do cleanses and stuff, like if you're feeling that physically, that's a good thing. It means you're in touch with your higher self, but it's also a bad thing because there's people around you then that are like, you know what I mean, putting negative energy around you. What's Lupe's advice, please? Okay. The Page of Wands. And that's almost like a good card for an esthetician. She's got like makeup on. Look at her lips are all done. Her eyes are done. She's got the flowers around her. Let me see. So you have obviously an appreciation for the beauty of things, which is probably why the field was so attractive to you. You like to make things as beautiful as they can be. You like to bring out the beauty in everything around you, you know, that kind of thing. Like you're one of those people that has an eye for, you know, like, ooh, if we put a little, you know, green eyeshadow here and a little, you know, this color lipstick there, like a creative eye for beauty, you can, you know, make that happen. Let me see. Maybe this is saying to almost get into makeup, girl. Makeup. All right, let me see. What else? And you got to put your hand up to any drama, okay? Any sort of conflict, drama, chaos. They want you to go like into your own thing. Now again, you've got your feet wet in the, you know, esthetician field is what it looks like to me, but what they're saying is like you have a knack or an eye for something in particular here, and it almost looks to me like either makeup or maybe it's like, you know, some people do like permanent makeup. There's something having to do with makeup here, okay? Or, you know, again, bringing out the most beautiful, you know, in someone, right? So like someone walks in and you're the lady that, you know, knows exactly like, okay, your eyebrow over here, you know, da, 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 like you can make something into a beautiful, beautiful thing. You can make it the most beautiful version of itself, right? And so Spirit's asking you to enhance that and to kind of, again, with the Six of Swords, she's like, you know, I'm not dealing with any drama. You're putting up boundaries, okay? Especially if there's like some sort of crooked business partner here. Let me see one more. But this is like, for me, this is like, you know, like I'm pushing away negativity. Like that's what I do. Let me see when I need to do that, the hand comes out. Let's see. Okay, Ten of Swords reversed and Queen of Pentacles reversed. Ooh. Okay, again, I get this feeling or like this energy of some sort of betrayal or backstabbing going on, Lupe. Like, I'm not trying to scare you or be negative in any way, but again, it just feels like a shady business deal. I feel like somebody pulled you into something because they knew that you were reliable, dependable. Ten of Cups could be like a family member, like you love them, you know, they know that. And so like, you know, you're probably like the hard worker out of the bunch, the one that, you know, maybe you bring money to the table or because you have money coming in. See what I mean? Ulterior motives. Okay. You're getting like a big settlement. It hurts, dude. It's not good. All right. Queen of Pentacles reversed. Yeah, you need to be super careful because I feel like they've already been working you. They've already been like telling you like, oh, you should share the wealth. I believe that resources should be shared, you know? Like, I believe that we're family. Oh, you're family to me. They know you have money coming in, girl. You need to be super careful. Give me one more on this for Lupe, please. I'm so sorry, Lupe. But just, you know... Man, I hate these demons. I don't hate, but that's a strong word, but it makes me mad. One flipped over. The Knight of Wands reversed. You're welcome, honey. You have more. You have the Knight of Wands reversed, the freaking King of Pentacles reversed. Be careful for, you know, romance scammer. Somebody trying to... Lupe, you got Three of Swords, Justice, Strength reversed, Page of Cups, Ten of Pence reversed. Girl, okay. All right, so if anything that I said earlier resonated with you regarding, you know, protecting your assets and keeping your eyes completely wide open for, you know, people that might be trying to groom you or condition you to be generous to them when you know, get your payout because they know that that's coming, okay? And they're already putting dibs on it, basically. And again, I know this is a little bit off topic from the job, but I feel like there's somebody or something that's like forcing you, keeping you like in this, you know, like, oh, you should be an esthetician, like because you have a natural eye for beauty, you know, you're very talented or gifted at like, you know, doing what you do, right? So you're, you know, you're an asset, but there's also a ulterior motive there, something hidden. and it seems to be financial. And I don't want you to end up the Queen of Pentacles reversed, okay? Because it can easily happen with that. And like I said, you need to be extremely careful, you know, because if they can't get it from you with you, because the best thing they can do is trick you into giving it to them, you know, and that's happened to me too. And if they can't do that, they'll find a way to steal it, you know. So be careful, okay? But Lupe, follow your dreams. Again, you have a gift. You have the eye for beauty. You have a gift, you know. You're led to this field for a reason. I just need you to be very, very careful of scammers, you know. Even if you think they're the most, you know, this person would never do that to me, you know. Just, you know, keep your eyes and ears open. Oh, yeah, good. I'm glad that you contacted them. You know, stay on them. It's one of those things, like I said, if, you know, if you can't get anywhere, call the news, you know what I mean? A lot of times the news will have a little thing where you can report something, get something to put pressure on them, you know? Because the government's not just going to hand you anything, you know what I mean? They're going to make you wait and wait and wait, and they're going to try to, you know, drag it out as long as they can. They want to keep their money, you know? But if it's money that's owed to you, you know, then that's what's fair and that's what's just, and that's what has to be followed is, you know, the letter of the law. So don't let them get away with it, because they're hoping that you'll just get tired and give up. That's another strategy of the adversary. Run you on the hamster wheel until you know, fall over from exhaustion. They have so many strategies. Anybody else have any questions while we're here? Nine people, nobody's talking. Seven people. All right, guys. Well, I know. Don't be scared. It's just, listen, again, you have to remember, I know, but you have to remember, it's, you know, at the end of the day, no matter what any tarot reader says, period, you still have free will. You know, there's many tarot readers that, you know, will tell you like, oh, this person's coming back, like, blah, 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 you know, get you all geared up for it. But like, what happens next, you know? How do I see your relationship? Let me see. Not so good. It looks like somebody walked away due to a lack of commitment. So the Eight of Cups is walking away, and the Page of Pentacles, the page, again, it's a page's offer, which is like a kid. It's a small offer, but the pentacle is something tangible or committed or stable, right? This could also be that, you know, somebody was draining you financially or attempting to. Lupe, you've got this energy around you. I need to tell you, girl. Okay? You need to be careful. Let me see. Tell me about her relationship. Strength. He could be dealing with a Leo. I mean, this is a card of trust and of, you know, solid bonds, obviously. But let me just see. Tell me more about the Strength card. But look. Okay, so just let's look at this card together, okay? So, all right. So you can see, you know, she's got something going on in each of her hands here. Here, she's got the sword. Here, she's got the flower. She's taking care of this lion. This lion is just like chilling. He's like chilling to the chillin' Maximus. You know what I mean? He's maxing and relaxing. Okay, and she's got all these things going on, you know, and then look what's coming out of the freaking lion's collar. What is this? What is that? What's that thing called? A pitchfork, a freaking, you know, that thing. All right. Let me see. One more on strength. The Ace of Swords reversed. There's some sort of deception here. Somebody's not telling the truth. Wow, the King of Swords reversed. This could be Gemini, Libra, Aquarius you're dealing with, Lupe, but somebody, look at this. You have two cards. These are both cards of like truth and truth tellers, and they're both reversed. There's some sort of like, I sound so negative. But no, there's deception. Let me see. What's going on? What's the deception about? I'm sorry, Lupe. Like I said, please, I want the best for everybody. I don't want you to be taken advantage of by predators. The Knight of Swords. Idealism. It's a Gemini card too. Okay. Okay. Here's what I would say about your relationship. One fell out. And the Seven of Pentacles. Progress. Okay. So this person, you know, maybe they're coming out of a situation or they've walked into the relationship not really having ever maybe been in some sort of like honest connection. They could have been taught really bad habits from like, you know, a parent or, you know, he's a Scorpio. Yeah. A lot of times Scorpios, again, when they're in their, you know, when they're in the light, when they're in their higher energies, Scorpios are very, you know, empathetic, intuitive, you know, they've got a lot of really, very intelligent, you know, a lot of very good skills. But when Scorpios are operating in the shadow, you know, it's a sneaky energy, manipulative, stalker energy, you know, stuff like that. What I'm getting here, Ube, is that there's, you know, okay, it's not all bad. I'm not going to, you know, I'm not going to tell you to go run and hide, you know, forever from this one. But please just keep your eyes open. He has an air of manipulation to him, you know, or her, whatever. You know, this person has manipulative energy. They have an ability to like charm people, like a snake charmer is what God just said. Snake charmer. And you're coming through as the Queen of Cups, which is very, very kind, loving, empathetic. Again, it shows on the Strength card as well. You're taking care of everything. And this tiger's like, adore me, pet me, bring me my steak, you know? It's kind of just sitting there and enjoying, you know, all the energy. But, I mean, if you look at her, she's kind of distracted. You know, she's looking at, like, what's going on over here and not necessarily the tiger. And again, you know, it's all well and good. Like, we can be friends with tigers, but you have to understand that tigers are predators, you know. Eventually, they will try to prey upon you. That is in their nature. That is what they do, you know. Tigers are beautiful. They're majestic. They're strong. They're courageous. They're, you know, gorgeous. They're felines, you know. But they're apex predators at their core, you know. And so, you know, I want to make sure, you know, I'm not saying that this guy doesn't care about you or love you or anything like that. I'm saying that there seems to be some sort of like manipulation or ulterior motive here, you know, as to why, you know, he's hanging around. I just want you to be real clear on his intentions. Okay, never know how to ask the question, or am I in the way of my own business success, or do I need to be patient? Okay. Charm. All right, Lupe, I hope that was helpful. All right, Lupe, do you need to be patient, or are you in your own way? He's good to me. I can see that the Strength card indicates that there's a bond of trust here, and that's why I'm saying, like, you know, I'm not saying to run away from him, but I just want to make sure that you're not, you know, being manipulated. I don't know. I hold myself to a higher standard when it comes to stuff like that, I think. Again, I'm more, you know, aware, even though it seems like I'm not, but you know what I mean? Like I have a very low tolerance for manipulation, but this is part of many people's love game, you know what I mean, that they play. It's part of the movie in their mind, you know. It's like a thing, you know what I mean? So I get it, but again, I have a different outlook on this stuff because it's like I don't come to the table with manipulation or games, you know. I don't expect that from people that I'm dealing with. And once I see that that's what's going on, it's like, okay, we don't match, you know what I mean, energetically. So, but if you do, then that's absolutely great. Just please be careful, you know. All right, hold on. I'm gonna get both of you. Okay. Charm. Are you in the way of your own business success? Okay. Or do you just need to tell me about Charm's business? Hold on. I got cards turned over here. Okay. Charm, I just heard this thing in my head that was like, you know, Walt Disney went bankrupt. I think at least once. Several people did, but think about that, you know? Okay. So, okay, so you've got the Page of Pentacles. This is like, you know, this is making enough to get by. This is, the fact that it's in the upright is a good thing. Because it means that there is income coming in or income being produced. It's, again, a page. So it's not a king. It's not, you know, one of the major arcanas that represent money, but it is something, right? So this could be maybe your business is like supplemental income at this point, or you're making money, but it's like just enough, you know what I mean, to get by. It's not having the, you know, success that you're aiming for. Let me see. Are there any blockages in the way of this, or what's going on? The Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is walking away from something. Let me see. King of Cups reversed. Okay, so King of Cups reversed could be a couple of things. And then at the bottom, you have the Knight of Pentacles. All right, so a couple of things I'm seeing here. Number one, King of Cups reversed, this can be you or it could be somebody around you, but it's almost like somebody's impatient. I see the King of Cups reversed as somebody who is emotionally, like, I don't want to say unstable, but they're impatient, they're mean, they're like, you know, they want things when they want them, like they're aggravated, okay? And so it kind of see, like with the Eight of Cups, you're thinking about walking away from this almost because you're aggravated that it's only reached a page level. But you've got the Knight of Pentacles literally at the bottom of the deck coming in. The Knight of Pentacles is much more solid than the Page of Pentacles, okay? This is like legitimate, you know, building a foundation, legitimate money coming in, enough to live off of, that type of thing. It's the slowest moving knight in the deck. So, that is something to keep in mind. It's slow and steady, but if you want to build this business and you have the Strength card underneath that, and you have Temperance reversed underneath that, Temperance is the card for patience, and when it's reversed, it's like I'm impatient. So no, it's you're not standing in your own way. This is the message here is that there's, you know, you're building this slowly. Like, of course, you know, everybody wants their business to take off very, very fast and to be successful and to, you know, make as much money as possible quickly, you know what I mean? Yes, but there's something here about, you know, telling you not to give up, you know, don't give up. This is a slow progression, but this is something, again, you know, like I was saying with Walt Disney, you're going to hit roadblocks, you know what I mean? You're going to hit, you know, times where it seems like, shit, this is impossible. I'm not going to be able to do this. But, you know, just like Walt Disney, you overcome those things. And I keep using him as an example just because he's the only one I can think of at the moment. But, you know, you're slowly and steadily building stability. You know, you're building a brand, you're building a company. This is not something that comes overnight. And if it were something that came overnight, it would probably not be something that would last. You know what I mean? The Knight of Pentacles builds a solid foundation, a totally solid foundation, so that it's not shaky, it's not unstable. It's, you know, you build slowly over time, and and you put hard work in along the way, but you pay attention to every fine detail, every minutia. You know, you really build the business out the way it's supposed to be built, and, you know, do it the way that you envisioned it, and you will have success with that. It's slow, you know, it's not going to be overnight, but it will come. You just have to stick with it and put in the hard work, but it will come. I wouldn't give up on it. Anybody else have any questions for me? You're welcome, Lupe. Oh, here we go. Okay. Lysandra, I just want to share an experience. I fell asleep the other night in my bed praying for my son, but I didn't put cover on me. I woke up over in the morning with my cover and a throw up to my shoulder. Oh, somebody put a blanket on you, covered you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, don't give up your writing or your art. Again, these are things that you are creating. We get sucked into the 3D, okay? Which this makes me sound like woo 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 again, but no. We get sucked into this idea that we need to have a fancy house and a nice car and all of these 3D material possessions. And so we end up, you know, essentially, you know, either selling our soul to, you know, to others, you know what I mean, sacrificing our whole lives to work for people just to make, you know, enough to live on the beach, woo woo woo, you know, like, okay, whatever, you know, or have the Mercedes or whatever it is, you know. And these are all, again, material possessions. At the end of the day, you know, you can't take any of it with you. It's all for pleasure, it's all for fun while you're here, right? If you can enjoy it, or if you get, you know, afforded those luxuries, you know, if it's part of the plan for you. But these are not things that you should be attached to. These are not things that you should be sacrificing your life, your soul, time with your family or children for. No, you know, again, you were sent here, you know, to have a human experience, which includes pleasure and enjoyment of life, and most importantly and ultimately, you know, experiencing love in the human form. So as long as your job or your source of income is not impacting those, you know, aspects of your human journey negatively, then, you know, go for it. You know, there's a lot of people I met in law and corporate America that have no problem running the rat race. Woo! You know what I mean? They can run in freaking circles in corporate America for 30 years, you know what I mean? And come out with a trophy in their hand and, you know what I mean? Like the biggest winner ever. And it's like, wow, great. For me, it's like, you know, I'm a very hard worker. I have a very good work ethic, but, you know, it comes to, I can't, I have a hard time like blocking out, you know, negativity, like not just, I can handle normal negativity, but you know what I mean? Like when I'm not doing something that's fulfilling my life's purpose, you know, when I'm not helping others, genuinely helping others, which is what my life's purpose is, you know, it leads to like, why am I doing this, you know, for money? Wow. You know, I'd rather be happy. I was praying to my guardian angel before I fell asleep to protect him. Will my son come out of prison early? He was sent off 2 weeks ago and he's my only child. Oh my God, Lysandra, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're going through this. Okay, let me see. Yeah, I can't imagine. My heart literally goes out to you so much. I'm so sorry. All right. Hold on. Tell me about her son, please. Six of Wands, Five of Wands reverse. So it gives me a little backstory on what happened here. You know, I think he got caught up with the wrong crowd is what it looks like here. Seven of Wands, bravery, Five of Cups reversed. Honestly, Lysandra, I know this doesn't sound like this whole experience feels extremely negative for you, but I think for him, you know, there's something here. God, you know, took him away from this crowd that he was hanging out with for a reason, you know. And I think that God gave him some warning signs before, and you know, tried to intervene prior to this, but you know, your son was like wrapped up in, you know, what these people were doing, whatever it was. Okay, and it wasn't good. See the lizards there? See what I mean? Like he knew it was not good, but you know, he got sucked into it, right? And you know, he knows, you know, his role in all of this. But what I will say about this is that, you know, with the Seven of Wands and Five of Cups reverse, this actually ultimately ends up being, and again, prison or, you know, jail is not a positive experience in general for most people, but I think this ends up being, you know, something positive for him. He's either going to have a very significant impact on people that are incarcerated with him. So like he becomes a role model. Six of Wands, you know what I mean? Seven of Wands, it's like a brave, you know, person who's, you know, maybe he becomes a truth speaker, or someone who, you know what I mean, helps to coach others in the system, or there's a reason that he's there, you know, there's a reason, and it's not negative. It's not like, you know, it feels like the adversary won on this, you know, case, but no, you know, he's being protected right now, but he's also in there to shine a light and to be, you know, impactful on others. He is going to have an impact. Let me see. Is he going to get out early? There's a couple cards that came out. Okay. So Five of Pentacles, Queen of Swords reversed. So the justice system has been pretty tough here, you know, with the Queen of Swords reversed. This could be someone, you know, lied about him, or that maybe it was unfair, you know, because she's got the scales of justice in her hand in the upright. In the reverse, it's like something is very unjust or unfair. Let me see. He did it. It was, oh, wait, let me see. Okay. It was his son's mother. Yeah. He told me he believes God is using him there. Good. Okay, good. So he's aware of this. Yay. Okay. All right. Let me try to clarify really quick on whether or not, is there anything you can do to get out of there sooner or quicker? Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Trying to think of how to say this correctly. So he's got the Five of Pentacles, you know, first. It's a card of like poverty, right? It's a card of kind of like being in this position. Now this could be like, maybe he can't, if like, you know, maybe it's like, I can't afford like a high powered lawyer. Oh yeah. And they still send him. That's what I'm saying. Like, for some reason he got Queen of Swords reversed. Like, why is this unjust or unfair? Something happened here where he got put out in the cold. You know what I mean? It's like he's being either used as an example, or, I hate to say this again, I don't want to bring up any craziness, but Page of Wands reverse is normally a liar. It's somebody that tells a hot ass lie, you know, somebody that really tells a lie. And then Ace of Swords reverse is also a huge lie, okay? And then the Page of Pentacles comes through after that, which is like the truth being shown on a lie. So what I'm you know, what I'm getting here is I don't know how long he's in there for, or, you know, it's not showing me that he's going to be released. You know, there are certain cards that would say that, but what I am seeing is that the truth is going to be shown on, you know, the person that lied about him. So if it was her, you know, that did this and got him stuck in jail, she's got some hot ass karma coming. You know what I mean? Like, she's going to be like right in the cell block next door. Something like that. Now let me see. Tell me more about the situation. He may get with the Page of Pentacles. This is a significant offer. This could be a plea deal or some, you know what I mean? I don't know what they would do. Like, if I guess that's what they would call it. So I'm sorry, I did law, but I did corporate law. I did not do like criminal law, so I don't know all the terms and all of this stuff. But the Page of Pentacles could be like an offer that comes through that's like, again, some sort of like bargain or deal, or, you know, something solid, you know, something tangible. Tell me more about the Page of Pentacles. The Nine of Cups reversed and the Five of Swords with the Ten of Swords. Okay, so what I'm getting here is that he's gonna get, okay, so I think the person that lied about him to get him put in jail is gonna end up getting caught or arrested themselves, okay? And the karma for what they did to him is not only going to catch up with them, but there's going to be an opportunity for your son to speak some sort of truth or shed some light, or, you know, give clarity on something that she was involved in, you know, as well. And again, it shows that, you know, she ultimately is defeated. Nine of Cups reversed with the Page of Pentacles. And again, I don't want to get your hopes up and tell you like false information, but what I would assume, or, you know, kind of lean towards with this, is that there is going to be some sort of plea deal, or like a offer, right? Like, it's like, you know, we need info on this or something like that. I don't know, you know, or again, the person that got him stuck in the situation, you know, or put in the situation, will be exposed, and then there's something that is offered to him that will, you know, be in his benefit. You know what I mean? That's what I'm getting here. So yeah, I'm seeing her defeated, you know, pissed. See what I mean? Angry, thinking of ways, scheming of ways to continue to, you know, fuck him over. Ten of Swords, but ultimately she's the one that ends up with the Ten of Swords energy, the ultimate, you know, betrayal. She betrayed herself, you know, by betraying him, because I think he had her back, you know, and she probably like literally pulled a gotcha, you know, on him. Yeah, I'm sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. These demons don't, again, there's no honor with these demons. This is why I tell everybody so strongly, you do not hang out with narcissists. You cannot be friends with them. You cannot freaking associate with them. This is why. This is why. Because they have zero qualms, you know, having you freaking arrested for shit that they did, or setting you up. You know what I mean? As in what happened to me, you know. They have no qualms about it. They don't feel guilty. They don't lose a freaking ounce of sleep at night over it. This is why you cannot be friends with these beasts, you know? You can't. You cannot associate with them. They will harm you. Her son is sitting in prison now because he's trying to freaking be there for somebody who literally does not have his back. She's thinking of ways to bring him down. This is demise. Look at her eyes. See what I mean? The sooner everybody learns this, the better off everybody will be, you know? She got mad because he received a text from his daughter's mom. Of course. That'll throw a Jezebel into an absolute tizzy. The fact that he has a child with someone else will throw a Jezebel into a literal freaking spiral, you know? But a text, again, think about this. They're discussing their child, his child, you know? she gets mad or jealous over the fact that he needs to have a discussion about his child with the mother of the child. I mean, this is not normal. This is not okay, you know? It's ridiculous. Very ridiculous. And yeah, she probably I can see the whole thing playing out in my head. I can literally see it. Exactly what happened. I'm so sorry. Please extend my, you know, best wishes to your son again, but let this be a lesson learned again, you know, cut off all contact with her, because they, even if you're in jail, they'll still try to come around, you know what I mean? Like, they'll hoover, they'll make sure that they still have control over you, so that the minute you get out, they can fuck you up all over again, you know what I mean? This is what they want to do. If they didn't get you the first time, they're going to get you the second, you know, or third, or whatever. She told the judge she got mad. Oh, and oh, so she tried to back out of it. Is that what you're saying? She tried to say, like, oh, I didn't mean to. What? You know, like, what are you going to do now? Again, the fact that she even had the thought, you know, the thought to be so mad that he got a text from the mother of his child to have him thrown in jail, or to make up some crazy shit, or to instigate him to the point, because that's what they do, you know, they instigate you, you know, push you to the point to where it makes you blow up or look crazy or act out, you know what I mean? And the fact that she even had the, you know, thought, the energy to do that is messed up, in my opinion. You know, this is not somebody that I would ever want to engage with, you know. Jealousy is the root of all evil. And yeah, he needs to literally cut her off. Don't call her, don't text her, don't email her, leave her alone, especially if they don't have children together. Why are you still messing with this person? All right, this is weird. I got arrested for a text, but I paid an attorney and I only stayed in a cell for 2 hours. You got arrested for a text? No. Is everyone going through this? Well, the big setup, yeah. This is a collective thing. She's wicked. I would have never thought she'd be like that. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. But now that you've identified this, or now that he's identified this, again, he's got free will, you know, so this is totally up to him. But, you know, now that you've identified these traits in these people, that the fact that they even have the capacity to do this to others, you know, think about it. She has ripped a father away from their child, you know what I mean? Have him thrown in jail, you know, over, I don't know what, okay, whatever. But this is all over jealousy, you know what I mean? That he was getting a text from the mother of his child, you know? They have a child. She's not thinking about the child. She could give a shit less about the child. You know, this is not about the child's well-being to her at all. You know, as a matter of fact, she probably views the child as a nuisance, you know, as a issue, as a target, you know. This is what they do. They see a kid and they're like, ooh, all of his attention isn't focused on me. I got to get rid of the kid. You know what I mean? Like, I got to make sure, drive a wedge in between, you know, the kid and then, you know, the kid's mom and him, make sure that the kid, you know, goes away, because I need all the attention. I need all the supply. This is what they're doing. All right. And then when they don't get what they want, they throw a hissy fit and lie to the courts and lie to the police and get people thrown in jail. They work with the police. A lot of the police are afflicted. A lot. They will take money and harm innocent citizens. Yeah, and to make them miserable. Again, guys, it goes back to, this is fucking demonic. You know what I mean? Who wants to live like this? You know? Who does this to people? You know, who really, you know, it's demonic. I could never stand to live with myself if I impacted the relationship between even, I can't even say it, but like, you know, you don't mess with children. You know what I mean? You don't harm them. They have a son together. Okay. She claimed my son choked her, but no markings. Yeah. Okay, well, I have to tell you this. Let me tell you, this karma is coming back on her, okay? So, whatever, let me look and see what's her karma, because that came up. Oh my God. Wow. The 10 of Swords. That's the ultimate betrayal. Literally, like, so the way that she betrayed your son, she's getting it 10 times worse. Okay, let me see. You want me to look one more? Oh Lord. Ace of Pentacles reversed, the Sun reversed. Shit. So I don't, okay, that means her kid's probably gonna take it away. Yeah. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to read this in just a second. So Ace of Pentacles reversed is like either financially she's going to get hit really hard, but because the Sun is reversed, the Sun is representative of children, babies, joy, and happiness. That's the definition of the Sun card. So when it's reversed like that, like something, either she's going to lose money and that's going to make her miserable, which for, you know, an arc, it's, you know, money is their biggest, you know, love of life, love in life. So something material will be taken from her. Or, I mean, with the Sun, it could be the kids, you know what I mean? Like, she could lose custody of her kids. Or, you know, there could be some sort of betrayal around that. She's going to get her karma. Hold on, let me go back up a little bit. All right, they do mine. It's in the public eye. Yeah, they lie in a police report there. Aggravated harassment. For a text message? This is what I'm talking about, guys. And I know you said you're in New York City, okay? So here in Florida, I just want to like make it real clear. A text. Imagine being able to get somebody arrested over a text message. I literally had somebody, okay, in my house who had drugged me, okay, changing the locks on my doors, and had gone to Home Depot and bought a literal kill kit, okay, and had it splayed out in my dining room, okay, with all kinds of cleaning supplies. And I walked down the stairs and here she is changing the door locks on my door, you know, and then proceeded to freaking stalk me for months. I mean, it's still happening, you know, and you know, steal my identity, steal all of my freaking credit card numbers, everything, you know, even my vaccination card. You know what I mean? Committed 10 felonies against me here in Florida, and they didn't even want to talk to her. I have an active restraining order signed by a judge, and they didn't even want to talk to her, and you get arrested for a text message in New York. A text message. You know how many thousands of freaking emails and text messages I have from this demon? You know what I mean? I wish it would, again, where this is, our system is so jacked. I can't understand what's going on here. I really can't. I'm sorry that that's happening. But again, you know, and this is the way I looked at it when I was arrested too. I was like, I didn't cry. I wasn't upset. I was like, God put me here for a reason. You know, there's a reason that I am here. And, yeah. This is, I know. And this as a mother, you know what I mean? Like, I can't imagine. I really can't. I really can't imagine what you're going through. Yeah, it is ridiculous. But again, you guys have to remember, you know, every system, everything in our life has been infiltrated, you know, by the Walking Dead and the adversary. The Walking Dead belonged to the adversary, you know? So, you know, when you're in these situations, your son's in this situation, think about Nelson Mandela, you know? What did he do, 30 years in prison as an innocent man, you know? And came out thanking God for every day that he'd been on this earth, you know? And this is not a consolation, you know, as a mother, I know, like, I can't even imagine. I literally can't. But, you know, what I can say is that, hold on. Yeah, Aquarius went into Pisces. I know. I saw that. The world is so evil. Aggravated harassment. Yeah, for sending a text in New York City, of all places. You know what I mean? Like, I think, you know, I feel like probably, yeah. No, Florida definitely doesn't. Florida is, totally rogue. I could have done it. You're at Rikers. I thought it was dirty. Oh my God. Do you see what this is, though? Do you see? Okay, let's put two and two together, okay? Now, again, I worked for attorneys for a long time, right? Right? So the court system, okay, so the judge plays golf with your lawyer, okay? They're best buds, okay? Their kids go to school together and, XYZ. And, there's a thing going on there. So you get arrested, right? For aggravated harassment for sending a text message, even though you were in conversation with this person, whatever it was, okay? I can't imagine what it would be that you would get arrested for a text message, I don't know, but, you know, and then you have to pay a lawyer thousands and thousands of dollars because this is the judge's buddy too. You know what I mean? Like it's all they're all in cahoots. The judicial system is jacked. It is jacked. 10,000. Oh, lovely. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. To avoid a year at Rikers. Is this not, well, what did we say earlier? What was the word we were talking about? I have two courts, family and criminal. I know, girl. And this is how they get you caught up in the system. You know what I mean? Like you're now working 3 jobs to pay lawyers, you know what I mean, to keep you, out of jail, out of the system, out of, trouble, out of Rikers, like but why do you have to do that? Again, is this really, really, really justice? Are you some sort of hardened criminal that deserves a year at fucking Rikers, for sending a text message? Unless the text message said something insane, which again, not to be mean about insanity, but I mean, again, I'm not, there were, I know that, and that's another big thing that they're gonna have to look at too is, the mentally ill and mentally, I hate to even say stuff like that because it's just, everybody has something, life is hard, we all go through it. And, some people are born with things that they cannot help, but yeah, it's reactive abuse. I'm going to go back to step 1, okay? Avoid narcissists, avoid these demons at all costs. There's a way to prevent this, okay? Let this be the biggest lesson from God that you ever got. God said, do not enable the adversary, okay? You do not give the adversary your energy, your love, your light, your time, your money, your attention, your affection, your food, okay? Nothing. Once you identify that they are the adversary, completely done, okay? The sooner the better, and you need to sharpen your skills at IDing these predators because these predators will keep you in this vicious cycle. Remember, apex predators like tigers, they like to play with their prey before they go in for the kill, okay? So they like to, you know what I mean? They like to stalk and hunt and bat you around, you know what I mean, before they go in for the kill. This is why you cut off all narcissists completely. If they text you, don't text them back. All right, I'm guilty too. They get me every now and again, I get texts all day long. I literally have 40 texts on my phone that I need to freaking respond to, but half of them are freaking a joke, you know what I mean? Half of them are people trying to piss me off, trying to exactly get that, a reactive thing. Cut them all off, disconnect from them, and again, a lot of times, because they will get you hook, line, and sinker, you know what I mean? They will stick their hooks in you, and then they emotionally manipulate you, you know what I mean, to think that you're in some sort of like, loving relationship. It's a trauma bond, and then they abandon you, and then they try to come back in, and then they create this like trauma bond where you feel like, oh my God, what am I going to do without them? No, I'll tell you what you're going to do without them. Yeah, don't do anything. You're not going to focus on them. You're going to focus on God first. You're going to focus on your children, okay? And you're going to focus on building a life for you and your children, if you have any, that is stable, secure, and of the light. You know what I mean? You're going to stay out of trouble, stay out of drama, go live your life, have fun. You will find people in a soul tribe, you know, that are not many. I mean, it's not going to be many, you know, but you will find people that are on the same channel as you, you know, on the same wavelength as you. It's a very lonely, isolating process. But the reason that God does this is because he wants you to turn to him. You know, he isolates you and does this and shows you clearly who your adversaries are and who is working for the adversary. You know, without a doubt, you know, this person is not on my team. Okay. We're not working for the same boss at all. Okay. He shows you that, so that is your cue, and that is your, you've got to take that and say, okay, you know, we don't work for the same boss. I support God and God only. I walk in the light. Okay. And you cut them off. And when I say cut them off, I mean that. And you can do that with compassion, you know, but we do not engage with the adversary anymore. Any engagement at all is considered enabling. Okay. You're giving them supply. Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I have to run to the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. If you're still here, I can do more questions. So if you think of anything, think of it now. I'll be right back. But yeah, no, this was the lesson to be learned, and that is no more, you know, no more messing with people that have bad intentions. You know, no more messing with people that aren't walking, you know, with God. You know, and again, this is not a religious thing. I don't even do religion. I'm not religious. You know. I'm just saying there's a difference between the light and the dark, you know, and if you're in it with the dark, if you're, you know, dealing with the dark, if you're feeding the dark, you know, you are enabling the adversary. You are giving them power, and what they will do is they will take everything that you're offering them and then more, and then they'll manipulate you, and then they'll stab you right in the back, you know, and say, ha, gotcha. All right, I'll be back. Okay. Oh, I got 8 people now. Hello. Hi, we're doing tarot questions if anybody wants one. Off topic, but do Pisces and Aries work well in a relationship? I'm thinking not. Okay, so I'll answer that. So I'm not an astrologer, and honestly, there are like professional astrologers out there that can definitely answer this a lot better than me. It's so when you're looking at like do Pisces and Aries work together, you're looking at like your sun signs, right? there were, all of the other planets were positioned in different areas of, the sky when you were born, which have a very huge impact on whether or not you will be compatible astrologically with a person, right? So, like your Venus signs, which, govern, love and things like that, would, if they're compatible, you might be opposing sun signs. But if your Venus is matched, or, your risings match, if there's other things that get through, then you might be still an amazing match. That's when you kind of meet like the odd couple, it's like, wow, you guys are totally opposite of each other. Oh, I don't know what just happened, but yay. But you've got a lot of other, aspects of your chart to consider. Now, generally Pisces and Aries. Okay, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, and it's considered like the infant of the zodiac, the youngest sign. Okay, so they usually are the ones that are fiery and passionate, and when they're in their higher selves, they're energetic and fun and fearless. But when they're not when they're operating out of the shadow, they can be ruthless, relentless, and foolish. So when you combine that with Pisces, who is the last sign of the zodiac, that's the 12th sign. So Pisces, basically, once you reach the Pisces stage, you have lived through being every single zodiac sign. It's kind of like what, some belief systems, say. So, for a Pisces to like, again, not saying that this can't be done, but Pisces and Aries, Pisces is a water sign. They're very psychic. They're very empathetic. Aries is a more like, like a younger kind of like, woo, look at this. You know what I mean? Like exploring all aspects of the earth. And, again, not saying there's nothing negative here, but sometimes Pisces can be a bit heavy for Aries, and Pisces is a water sign, and water tends to kind of extinguish fire, smother fire out sometimes, or, fire can be, just too much for water, so thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Like I said, I'm not an astrologer, but, I know enough about kind of the signs and their rulers and compatibility that, to make that very blanket general determination. Again, every single couple, every situation is going to be different. There's a reason, that those two are together. So probably a lot to learn or be gleaned from, the experiences with each other. All right. Anybody else got questions? I'm just going to, oh wait, I'm going to look back at this. Johnny. Well, hello, Johnny. Hey, thanks. Can you ask me a question? Yes or no? Yeah, just don't be rude. What you got, Johnny? What's going on? Ooh, pet names. I like it. All right. What's going on, Johnny? Ooh, do I see you and Lisa getting back together? Okay, let's see. With the heart and 5 question marks. I like it. Okay. Okay. Spirit guides, universe, guardian angels, and ancestors, are Johnny and Lisa gonna get back together? Ooh, you were married for 18 years. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me see. Johnny and Lisa, are they gonna get back together? Are you trying to pursue her, Johnny? Ooh, wait, hold on. I'm bringing this a little closer so I can see. You met in 03. That was a good year. All right, let's see. Johnny and Lisa, are they reconciling or not? Holy crap. Okay, that was too many. Hold on. Johnny, Are you like proposing again? You've got the Page of Pentacles and the Ten of Pentacles. Let me see. Are you planning to propose again to her? Like, what's going on? Why aren't you guys together now? What'd you do? Let's see. Maybe you have some, like, children, maybe daughters even. Yeah. Well, it's looking good, Johnny. It really is. Let me see. Queen of Cups. Wow. So, yeah, she loves you. You got 2 boys? I was asking because there's, like, a group behind it. Maybe she's got, maybe, like, a big support system. 12 and 18. Aw. Johnny. And you got the Queen of Cups. Like, she loves you. Like, the Queen of Cups is, like, super kind. She's super empathetic. She's, you know, very sweet. You know what I mean? But she's just in a mucky place. Or, I don't know. Does she really love you? Queen of Cups would say yes. Queen of Cups is the most loving queen, you know, in the deck. So let me see. Does she really love Johnny? Let's see. I don't know, Johnny. Does she have like a restraining order against you or something? Is this like, is this a trick question? Virgo and Scorpio, those are both very intense signs, earth and water, which actually I think mesh well together because Virgo, both of you guys have that intensity about you. Nope. Okay, good. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Johnny. Okay. Ooh, so you guys maybe sold the house. 4 of Wands reverse. This could be just the divorce in general, but like 4 of Wands is like an uprooting situation. Maybe you're thinking of moving, you know, or something like that. Let me see. Oh, Carla, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm doing great, baby. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm walking with the Lord, you know. We're breaking cycles for my daughter, and that's what's important. All right. You're divorced 2 years. Well, you've got the 9 of Pentacles. Okay. So I'm going to tell you something about your wife, or, you know, hopefully future wife. You know, she prefers to be in a family environment, like a family setting. It looks like she's a pretty good wife. Like she, you know, probably, you know, keeps the household together and, you know, is family oriented in general. And, you know, I think maybe the single life, you know, that she's been able to experience, which was probably part of both of your journeys, you know, has not been like the best for her. Like she, you know, 9 of Pentacles is somebody being single. 9 of Cups reversed is like somebody being like unsatisfied with the situation. So it's like, you know, she's like, oh my gosh, like this single life totally sucks. I love her more now than I did when we met. Good astro match. Yes, guys, yes, exactly. Johnny, you got this, buddy. Like, you got this. What are you going to do? Are you going to, I mean, we all need to know now. So, like, what's the plan, Stan? What are you going to do? How are you going to win her back? I'll listen. I mean, I'm asking you. I can tell you if it's a good idea or not. You typing? You have no idea? Okay. What does Johnny need to do to win her back? Let's see. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Ooh, okay. Ooh, okay. So Queen of Pentacles came out sideways. Queen of Pentacles is the wife card, okay? But there could be something maybe about stability here as well. Let me just see. Hold on. Ooh, Saturn's like back there. I buy roses every now. Okay, that's very sweet, Johnny. But here, let me just tell you, roses are, again, very important aspects. You know, incorporate romance, but you know, there's stability that's needed here too. Queen of Pentacles reversed. She might have felt like things were a bit uneven. It could be like, you know, financially, like I don't know exactly what it is for your storyline, but she wants stability. You know, she wants you to be reliable, dependable, you know, predictable. And also there's, you know, again, there's something about stability here and building a structure around a family. Let me see. She's uncertain too if you're able to commit, you know, to this again. The World reversed. Yeah, you have unfinished business. The World's the most positive card in the deck, even if it's in the reverse. It's about karmic cycles, you know, and cycles coming, you know, things coming to completion so that new things can begin. You have it in reverse, which means the beginning of a new cycle, but also that an old one hasn't ended. Will she come to me when she's ready? So Johnny, here's the thing. Let me tell you something. If you're sitting there just going like, come to me, you know, manifesting her, the Queen of Pentacles reversed is like, you stop chasing. Okay, so you were chasing her. Let me see. Okay. Because, you know, like I said, stability. She's not looking for a good time. She's looking for, you know, stability. Let me see. The Knight of Cups, the Lover. No, you need to go, like, you need to go to her. So the Knight of Cups is like a romantic offer. I feel like, you know, honestly, it's like the knight in shining armor. And then the lovers, you know, obviously it's, you know, the lovers. Let me see. She doesn't believe that you're coming back. Look at this card. It's kind of creepy. I've actually never looked at this lovers card. Let me see. Holy shitballs. Okay. So, here's the lovers card here. You can see there's like a romantic couple there in the past, you know, or somewhere in her memory, but she's jaded. I don't know what happened, Johnny, but it seems like it was like maybe a maturity thing or being able to count on your partner type of thing. Like she, you know, like that's what she wants. She just wants somebody that, you know, when she goes to sleep at the end of the day, she knows like, okay, somebody has my back, you know what I mean? Like I can count on my husband, you know, like, of all people, like he'll be there for me, or he's got me when I, you know, maybe need him. And I'll, you know, of course she's been there for you. It looks like from this, she is a little jaded, I'm going to say. And with the Knight of Cups, this does indicate, Johnny, that you need to go forward to her. Okay. Yeah, you were inseparable, but something happened to mess it up. You want to tell us what it was? You just want to keep it private. Three of Pentacles, did you work too much? Maybe a little bit of a workaholic there? Is she jealous of you? Oh, see, I'm sensing toxicity, Johnny. I don't know, man. All right, let me see. Is she jealous? What? You Page of Cups reverse, like you're a flirt. That's what it is. Ah, look, all the cards fell out when I said that. Let me see. This is too many. This is like 100 cards. Let me see. Is she jealous of him? Okay. Hold on. Seven of Pentacles reverse. Let me read the things. Hold on. The Three of Wands, the Six of Pentacles, and then the Hanged Man sideways. Johnny, she's not jealous of you. You know what this is like Six of Pentacles is like, you know, equal give and take, generosity, right? She's expecting equal give and take, you know? She won't let me get 2 feet in the door to show her. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you're like literally like 2 inches from a restraining order. Okay. I'm messing with you, Johnny, by the way. I mean that in the most loving way possible. I'm just trying to help you not get a restraining order, okay? All right, let me see. Okay. So, yeah, there's definitely, you know, she's looking for equal give and take. So you know how you would fix this with the Three of Wands, again, and the Hanged Man sideways, this is still, there's a chance, Johnny. There's a chance, okay, is what I'm saying. If you really want her back, though, this is what I need you to do. Be very serious about getting her back, okay? You gotta stop with all the distractions, all the bullshit, all the, whatever it was that, made her leave in the beginning, or, that distracted you from being a good husband to your wife. You've got to get rid of that, and I'm not saying permanently, but really take a look at your life and say, what do I want? You know what I mean? You want your wife back, okay? So you need to show to her and be solid and make solid, like a movement towards getting her back, and not in a creepy way, not in a creepy way. We don't force people into relationships with us. That's not good either, right? But what you do is you get together whatever it was that was missing before. You get that shit together, okay? Whatever it was, all right? Whatever, you get that together, and you go to her and you say, hey, I love you. I want you back. Here's what I've done. Like, this is the effort that I have made, and this is what I will continue to do. You ghosted for a while. You don't ghost your wife, Johnny. What, ghosted your wife? Oh my God. My first husband did that. He ghosted after 10 years, and I was like, what the hell happened? Well, he was having an affair with my friend. They're still together, happily married, I'm sure. But ghosting is one of the most horrific things you can do to somebody, because it leaves you in a state of confusion. And it basically says to the other person, I don't give a shit about you. I am out having fun, living my life, doing my thing, and I don't care how you're doing. You know what I mean? That's what it says. So if you ghosted her, you literally, I need to go read these messages, because, Johnny, I'm about to, like, lay into you in not a good way. I mean, positive energy, but, like, you fucked up, man. Like, this is a big one. We don't talk like, I wouldn't talk to you either. You're lucky she's even talking to you, period. I would have literally, like, I don't play no games, Johnny. Like literally, you're lucky it wasn't me, because you would not get a foot back in the door, ever. Yeah. Well, if you want her back, go fix whatever was wrong, okay? And approach her with a serious, solid offer. Don't play games, exactly. But whatever was missing there, whatever she was mad at you about, whatever broke up your relationship, whether it was whatever, okay? You got to fix all of that. Go back like a man, you know what I mean? You walk in there like a man, ready to have a family. God gave you the gift of a wife, you're so lucky that you had that, and you blew it, man. You fucking blew it. Like, don't blow that shit again. I don't know if you're gonna get her back or not. She's on the fence. Hangman reverse or hangman sideways. I don't know how much more hangman you can get than a hangman sideways, but she's hangman sideways. It doesn't mean, again, there's a chance. But if you're gonna get her back, she is very, very aware, acutely aware of the bullshit. So cut the bullshit, get your shit together, come in like a man with a real offer. That's what you need to do, okay? Otherwise, you're just going to end up with a, washed up wannabe player crowd that I'm writing a book about in Florida. That doesn't matter, Johnny. That's great that you're both single. That makes things easier. But again, a woman like that does not last for long on the market. I'm not yelling at you, honey. Don't, I understand, sweetheart. He's like, I understand. Like, oh my God. I know, honey. But listen, it doesn't matter. It's good that you're both single. That's a bonus. I mean, you're very lucky to have that, type of situation. Because a lot of times, somebody loses the other person and wants them back. They're not single anymore, but a woman like this doesn't stay single for long, hopefully she's got her standards up and her head held high, and she's making sure that she's not going to talk. She's going to, she wants to enjoy the human experience just like we all do, Hello. So, you know, so what are you going to do, Johnny? I need you to come up with a plan for everybody here so that we can root you on. You were married for 18 years. You've got to know. Or was it one of those things where you just didn't even pay attention, you know, to each other? Or you didn't pay attention to her, you know, and then you lost her. Well, Johnny, I want you to get her back. I wish you luck, and you seem like a nice guy, nice enough, you know. um, but you've got to get serious. You've got to man up this time, man, because you're, like I said, your woman, you're about to watch her. Don't be falling in love when she's walking away. When your mind won't tell your mouth to tell your heart what it should say. Yeah, I mean, you're about to be watching her walk away. Okay, the flowers and the date, cute, like adorable. But listen, you need to look at the root of the problem, the fundamental root, Johnny. Like, why did it not work out? What was her chief complaint? You know? Were you a serial flirter? Hopefully not worse. Probably were. You know? Flowers, again, flowers are cute, but that is not, yes, you can. That is not gonna fix a broken marriage. You know what I mean? Like, you really have to put some effort in. I knew the Three of Pentacles reverse came up. That's why I was asking you, were you working, you know, workaholic? I don't mean to use the word workaholic. I'm not accusing anybody of being a workaholic, but it's just a slang term, you know. A lot of times we get so fixated again on the material things, the 3D things, you know, the house, the cars, the material possessions, that we forget, like, oh wow, there's, you know, this, you know, angel sitting there, like, what the fuck? You know? You don't have to apologize to me, Johnny. It's okay. I listen, I didn't mean to trigger the, you know, the disciplinary reaction. I just want the best for you, honey. Like I said, tell her you cut the hours at work. You're going to focus on your marriage now. You're in your, you know, you get one more chance at this, you know? No more distractions. You want to give her the life that you promised her in the beginning. Mhm. Maybe plan a family vacation with the boys, you know? If that's not going to intrude on her space. It shows that she may, Johnny. She may, but it literally depends on your actions going forward. It literally depends on what you wake up tomorrow and decide to do, you know? This shows me world reverse. Again, God is saying this depends on you, Johnny. Your fate is in your hands. Okay? She's not completely closed off to it, and Queen of Cups is, you know, she still loves you. She will always love you, I'm sure, but she's not going to continue to live in chaos, you know? Yeah. Well, again, nobody's perfect, right? But if you're a good person and you have good intentions toward her, you know, that's a lot these days. And but you need to step it up, because otherwise, you know, she can just stay single and she's got her sons. I mean, you know, she don't need no man. You know what I mean? Yeah, don't be a pain in the ass. Be a benefit to her life, right? I know you're walking into this like, oh my God, you know, like, I lost my wife. She's going to take care of me. Be a benefit to her life. Bring something to the table for her too, you know? Consider her needs as well. All right. So Johnny, it's not a complete loss. You can do it. I believe in you. I want to hear what you did. I want to hear you planning this family trip with your sons. And you really making good on your promises. No empty promises. And no, you know, like I said, flowers ain't gonna cut it this time, buddy. You lost your wife. That's a big loss. Go get her back. But you got to be, you know, dress right, dress correct. Come correct or don't come at all. Yes. Okay, that sounds good, Johnny. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to hear how this goes for you. All right. Who was going to ask me a question? I know that, honey. We all were. Listen, we were like, especially if you're walking in the light, you were born into a pit of demons. We almost all were. Very, very few of us were given the luxury of, you know, a great life, a great childhood, you know, especially. Most of us had at least one parent that wasn't good. Is Josh cheating? Chanel? Okay. Oh my goodness, girl. You're bringing me back to the old days when I used to do $10 readings. Is Josh cheating? What does your intuition tell you, girl? Why are you asking a tarot reader that? I'm about to answer it for you. And I mean that with no disrespect. I mean that like, girl, you got to ask tarot readers if your man's cheating. You already know the answer. Chanel, is Josh cheating? Lord of mercy, these cards on the floor. Let me see. Okay, so you got the Hangman reversed. You got the Seven of Pentacles, the Ace of Pentacles, and the Seven of Wands reversed. I don't have any cheating cards here, Mama. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Temperance reversed. Again, not a cheating card. Nine of Cups. Okay. Okay. Ten of Pentacles reversed. So, no, but I feel like you might be very young. So he's got the Nine of Cups, Ten of Pentacles reversed in his energy. Either y'all are very young, like in your early 20s or something, or, you know, he might be a little bit too focused on the party lifestyle like that. He might be somebody who, Ten of Pentacles reversed would be like somebody that's maybe avoiding commitment or not, you know, I don't want to say not interested in having a family because, you know, most people, I was not interested in having a family at 21, 22, 23 years old. You know what I mean? I was not thinking about that stuff. I was focusing on my youth and my job and my career, you know, but, he might be kind of in that mindset where he's like, again, I feel youth coming off of this, so I don't know how young you guys are, but, you know, it's more feeling like he's not necessarily, like, focused on, like, building a family right now. I don't think that he's cheating. He's 29. Okay, so he's, you know, 29. All right, so in this day and age, you know, so, girl, let me tell you, let me just say this, okay? Okay, let me clarify a little bit. Hold on one second, because you know these boys keep pushing it further and further, and then now it's like 35, and if they're not, you know, because it used to be like if you're not, you know, manned up by like okay, let me tell you the rule of thumb: 25. After 25, they're not changing. All right, that's what's gonna happen for the rest of their life. So he's 29 now. Now I said, let me give him a little bit of generosity, you know, like, okay, we'll see. 29 is still very young, you know, that's very, you know, I think of myself at 29, it's a very malleable age, you know, I'm a different person now than I was when I was 29, but anything after 25 was our rule of thumb. Listen to mommy back in the day, you know, once they surpass that's pretty much their chosen lifestyle. Let's see. The Lovers reversed. Ooh, y'all are fighting. Super fun, but I'm going to bed. Good night, everyone. Bye, Marble. Good night. Best of luck to you, sweetheart. I'm so sorry for everything that you went through, but I'm sending you love and light and praying for you. Okay, back to this question. Lovers reverse, Knight of Cups. So he might be... Ooh, the Five of Swords. This is drama. Okay. So, oh, yes, good night, Robbie. Okay, so what I got for you, honey, is it looks like you're probably very pissed off at him right now. He's not putting a lot of focus, time, attention on the relationship, you know what I mean? Like, he's definitely in this youthful mindset, and what I'm getting, I was getting like a 22-year-old vibe, you know what I mean? So, he might be a little bit immature for his age, could be like, you know, one of the younger signs, Aries, Taurus, Gemini male would be like that as well. Sometimes Cancer males are like that too, like Peter Pan syndrome. They never want to grow up. So I'm getting a bit of that there. I am not getting, though, cheating. What I am getting is that there is attempts to make you jealous, okay? So Five of Swords, and you're falling for it, unfortunately. Knight of Cups, the Lover's reverse. He acts like he's disinterested in you and kind of like it's degrading, you know, energy. I don't like it. You know, he devalues you or acts like he's like you don't mean anything to him or whatever, and then he comes running back, you know, after his big, you know, night out or big weekend with the boys or whatever it was. You know, I'm getting a bit of a cycle here, and I'm getting like a stuck in the 21-year-old energy. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I'm sensing here. But what I can say here, I don't see cheating, but I don't see prioritizing the relationship either. You know, maybe his game is just not that strong. Let me see. What should she do? Any advice for her? Yeah, intentional creation of drama. I don't like that. Three of Cups reversed. King of Wands reversed. Three of Pentacles reversed. The Fool reversed. Girl, Spirit is highly advising. I mean, like, highly advising. This guy is so immature. The Fool reversed. This is like dealing with a 12-year-old, you know. The King of Wands reversed. He's extremely jealous and controlling. And then Three of Pentacles reversed. He doesn't really put an effort into anything. But then Three of Cups reversed, girl. You know, I was saying earlier, like, I didn't see, like, cheating cards. Those are cheating cards. I don't want to make you mad. I don't want to, like, you know, send you off into the sunset with this kind of energy. But what I want to tell you is, like, you know, you really have to make a choice. Like, what do you want out of your life? Do you want to stay stuck in this toxic cycle of chasing some douchebag who's not only jealous and controlling, but who's also, you know, cheating? And again, I don't see physical sex, but I'm seeing, like, the cups are emotions, you know what I mean? It could be like he's texting people or just having emotional affairs, you know? I don't like it. I would not personally lower myself to this level as an Empress, but, you know, it's up to you and where you're at in your journey. Yeah, I would do that. That's exactly what I would do. I would, you know, again, you remember, you have worked through this ascension process hard, right? Like, you've really worked hard at becoming who you are today and achieving the things that you've achieved and being at the status and the level that you're at, you know. You will not have that taken down by some douchebag, you know, that wants to bring you down in life and disrespect the relationship. Like, what? You know, like, really? Wow. You know, like, see, this is you. You're like, no, hell no. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I wouldn't either. It's honestly, it's creation of drama, you know, immaturity, somebody that loves to feed off of toxicity. I'm so sorry, girl, but like I said, you got to let this be a lesson. And now Your skills are laser sharpened, right? So when you go back out there, because trust me, there's a great big beautiful tomorrow shining at the end of every day. There's tons of these things out there, you know, and you know, you got to weed through them a little bit to get to the good ones, but there's, you know, plenty of opportunity on the horizon for you, especially at this age. So if you're not locked into any sort of contract or, you know, binding commitment, I would, you know, definitely thank my lucky stars. Thank God, you know, I'm not locked into any contracts or binding commitments with this person, and free yourself, you know? Anybody else have any questions? Jamie, will Boom and I reconnect? And what is his true intentions for me? Okay, Jamie, I'm going to switch decks. Will Jamie and Boom reconnect? So, Eight of Cups, Page of Wands when I split the deck. So you kind of walked away maybe because of something that he said. You know, Page of Wands can be like something, again, it's immature, you know. Or it's like somebody that's like, I want to be free. Let me see. Ooh, Judgment. Judgment turned over, girl. Six of Pentacles reversed. Let me tell you, girl. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't even know if you're a girl. But, okay. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, so basically what was going on, Six of Pentacles reversed is like an imbalanced relationship. Like you were investing probably completely a whole lot more. Okay, great. Thanks, Jamie. I'm so sorry. I know. I appreciate the clarification. Okay, so Six of Pentacles reversed. This is about equal give and take. You know, everybody putting in their, you know, their pentacles and pentacles being shared and, you know, etc. I know. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm not the best YouTuber or public speaker, but this was unequal or uneven, you know, give and take. So basically this is you investing, like fully investing, or, you know, even partially investing, and then Boom being like, great, I'm gonna take, you know, all these pentacles that you're offering me. Like, thanks for that. That was great. That was a good sandwich. And also, can you rub my feet? And can you give me a ride? Also, and you know what I mean? Like, and they're not investing anything. They're just, you know, taking. So, okay, so what's going on right now? Let me just tell you, Boom is going through some judgment, okay? The higher power stepped in. The higher power stepped in, Jamie, and was like, oh, wow, that's how you're going to treat, like, one of my earth angels? Okay, let me just show you. And so Boom was, like, praying, like, please, oh, my gosh, I'm so sorry. Like, like, he knows what he did. He knows what he did. And, again, it doesn't look like it was, like, unforgivable, right? Six of Pentacles reversed, but you know, it's he knows that this was unbalanced and unfair, okay? This was some unjust junk going on in Boom's life, okay? That he wasn't able to fully contribute to you, but let me tell you how the rest of the story goes. You're gonna like it. So you have the World reversed, which is the most positive card in the deck, okay? But it is reversed. Even if it's reversed, it's still the most positive. This is just about a cycle that has not fully completed. It has not come full circle, okay? But it's about karma. Again, you have the two karma cards in the deck, Judgment and the World, back to back. You know what I mean? That's why I know Boom is going through some karma. Like, I mean, you know, I mean, but with the Justice card, he, you know, he deserves it. You know what I mean? Again, it's, you know, justice. This is divine justice. Here we go. Okay, so maybe he was operating in the shadow before. Maybe he was not bringing good intentions. Maybe the scales were imbalanced and he was in a position of receiving. You know what I mean? This is Jezebel energy, but no. We've got clearer blue skies ahead. This is you keeping your cool. This is you taking the sword and cutting through any BS that, you know, he was bringing through, and bringing the light and the truth to the situation, okay? Exposing these dark injustices, whatever this was, okay? And guess where it leads you? The Ten of Pentacles. Girl, this is family time. This is like, you know, married, kids. Look at the cute golden retriever. Holy shit. Okay, this is good though. I mean, this means like something within you sparked something within Boom, okay? That it's like he saw the light of God. He saw like, oh my gosh, like he screwed up, you know what I mean? I'm just getting this message that he screwed up, but he knows it, and God is definitely showing him that. And I would expect a full reconciliation with the Ten of Pentacles. I would expect marriage actually with that card. So again, everything's up to free will. Like you could say, no, I'm not doing this. And, everything, you know, is up to free will. But from what I'm seeing right now, as long as, things continue on this path and it was you sticking to your boundaries, standing your ground that, enabled this relationship to, elevate to Ten of Pentacles, if you had just given in. Okay, wow, I did stop testing and calling first. Yeah, if you had just given in and been like, you know what, I'll just tolerate this. I'll play the game, with them. If you're the one that cut off communication because you're like, this is bullshit. I'm not doing this. Again, this is coming from a lower vibration. So you cut that off. God's like, yes, that's what He wants. Make people ascend, to your level. You know what I mean? Do not stoop to theirs. Make them ascend to yours, or they can't play with you. They can't hang out with you. You did it though. I think Boom's gonna come back. Well, again, it's gonna manifest however the universe wants it to manifest, but I really think that there's a good potential for a happy future there together. Oh, my little voodoo dolls, I know. Yeah, I know Ramadan just started too. So during Ramadan, just out of curiosity, I don't know, can he not, communicate with you, or is there no like cell phones during that time? I know it's a time of fasting, but I don't know exactly what that means. Yeah, I don't either. I know. I need to know like the basics of all religions. I don't know any religions. I know. I'm not any religion at all. I know. I just work with God. That's all. Exactly. Spiritual. That's exactly what I say too. Yeah, yeah, I saw that Ramadan had just started as well. Um, yeah, and I know that include, it's a time of prayer and fasting, which honestly is a good thing. But I don't know exactly what that entails, as far as communication and stuff like that. But hopefully, with judgment here, this is a time of, again, prayer. See the light. Have the Holy Spirit come through, and have God take His hand and lead him into divine union or divine partnership. Being a divine masculine energy would be really good. We're missing a lot of those on this earth right now. A lot of the, biological females have had to step into divine masculine energy for a long time. Um, it's been like 30 or 40 years now. So hopefully he'll step back into divine masculine energy and come to you correct. Yeah. Yes. That's what I'm seeing. The light and what he really wants out of life, The party life's all fun and all, but, again, I don't know, a lot of people feel constrained or restricted, by relationships. They don't want to have to be accountable, for anything or anyone, and that's fine, but they shouldn't be out in public seeking relationships. You know what I mean? Just like stay home. Yeah, of course. Whenever you're ready, Jamie, I got you. Yes, yes. That's actually what I specialize in is money, success, business stuff. That's my I special like I'm better at reading that than I am at love, which I'm pretty decent at love, but money stuff's my specialty. Capricorn moon. As you can see, as I sit here with no electricity. Oh my gosh, it was demonic attack. Ooh, I'm pre-shuffling for you. Girl, you hear them sirens? There's money coming in, but why is the sirens going? When are your finances going to turn around? Okay. Let me see. Okay, so you're asking for time frames, which again, I know this sounds like hokey pokey, right? Like, oh wow, she can't give exact time frames. Like, what kind of tarot reader is she? No, I can give you guesstimates, but time is something that human beings created, right? We created seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, the measurement of time. God created, the sun and the moon, but there were not, measurements of time. Your finances are literally going to blow up. Okay, so holy crap. So I'm just going to pick up these three that will you find a new home soon? Nerdisha, I just did that spell for you. I'll look at the cards, okay? All right. So talking about the finances, you have the Hierophant, okay? The Hierophant is the card for Taurus, but this is also the card of the higher power, the higher calling. This is like a gift from above. You're welcome, honey. The High Priestess, again, like you're getting some sort of like, this is regarding when your finances are going to improve. So let's talk about time frames associated with these cards, okay? Taurus is April 22nd through May 21st, okay? So it could be that time, okay? But this is like literally a spiritual gift. Like, look, the High Priestess is the time of Pisces, which we've already passed. But something is coming in for you, King of Pentacles. Like, I don't know if you have maybe an inheritance headed your way, or the King of Pentacles can be a lot of different things. This can be somebody that wants to invest in you. This can be a boss, a job offer, or opportunity. Let me just see. Tell me more about her finances and when they're going to straighten out. But those three cards all together, I mean, that's a huge turnaround. Like, regardless of what the timing is. And it could be, again, in the time of Taurus, but it's a gigantic turnaround in finances. But it's about following your higher calling, too. You know what I mean? There might be something that you've been thinking about doing career-wise or something like that you have put on the shelf, or, you've not been paying attention to, or, something that you're afraid to, like, come out with and do, especially if it's spiritual. The Hierophant is the card of, like, the higher power. So, if it's something that's related to spirituality in any way, I would go for it, Let me see. Because again, God wants you to create. He wants you to live in the energy of the creator, which is him. I just bought my first tarot deck. Yay. Oh, well, you enjoy that, honey. My dad gave me advice when I got my first deck. I was 13 when I got that deck. And he said, sleep with the deck. Now, you know what I mean? Like, sleep with it in your bed with you. I put it in, like, there was a bag that came with the deck when I bought mine. Because this is back before, like, tarot decks were a dime a dozen. This is, like, you had to seek it out. Like, go to, like, the special bookstore to get it and stuff like that. Anyway, I had mine in like a velvet bag or something, and I slept with that, deck in the bed with me for, a long time, probably months. And, it still kind of took me a while to get adjusted to the cards, but once I did, it's life-changing, well, what you're doing is making yourself a channel, to messages. Maybe I should brush up mine and use it. Yeah. I love pulling them out. And if you're feeling you know, sometimes I get bored with mine, and this is why I have like a million decks, but, you know, I'll sometimes switch up the deck, you know, get a new one, and that'll like refresh, you know, my energy. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. Three of Pentacles. Okay, you're working hard on this. The number 3 again may be significant. Seven of Swords reversed. You got robbed or scammed or stolen from. This is the Seven of Swords. Look at that creature. But again, when it's reversed like this, I always say this is somebody getting exposed. Let me see. Judgment. It is. It is. Okay, so, ooh. Okay, if you were stolen from, scammed, you know, whatever the case may be here, if there's a, if there were, you know, dark forces behind the reasons, you know, your finances aren't, you know, perfect right now, you know, that energy is getting exposed. The number 3 is significant, and the higher power is involved. You get the Seven of Swords here too, and card number 20, Judgment, is, you know, is also there. But I really feel like, I don't know if you're due some sort of settlement or something. Like something is being repaid to you with three of Pentacles, Seven of Swords reversed. It's almost like you're getting like, what do they call that? It's like when you're wrongfully imprisoned, or, you know, something like that. There's a word for the money that they use to pay you out. It's a legal term. It's like, what is it? There's something coming towards you that's like, an award almost for, you know, for something that was taken from you. Like you were wronged in some way, you know, and, it's like you're getting that back. What's it called when, like, okay, when the court orders somebody to pay back money that they stole, you know, what is that called? There's a word for it, but there's some sort of like, I don't want to say like adjudication, compensation. It's not that. It's, retribution, maybe? No. Something like that. Settlement. It's like a retribution. Yes. Just turning in. Oh, hey. Oh, my gosh. It's so you. Yes. Retribution. Yes. Let me grab my. Okay, guys. I've got to grab my battery pack. I'm going to finish this real quick, and then I'm going to take a quick potty break, and I'll be back. But yeah, there's some sort of retribution coming to you. Yeah. Yeah. Literally, you should. Let me see. You deserve it. Look, strength. You know? It's because, you know, you've held it together. You've been strong. The Devil reversed is underneath that. What? Maybe like oh my gosh, like literally you have been able to overcome some sort of like devilish energy or something, and it's like you're being rewarded for that. Something's being, it's like something's being taken. It's like was it Peter Pan that did that? I'm sorry guys, I'm like stumbling over my words now, but rob from the rich and give to the poor. Robin Hood, that's who it was. There's something here that's like somebody that stole something from you is going to lose everything, and you're going to be, you know, on the recipient of retribution on a spiritual level, if that makes sense. All right, guys. I'm so happy to see all of you. I'm going to go run to the restroom really, really quick and grab my battery pack so my phone doesn't die, and I'll be right back. Uh-oh. Let's see if I can... Here, I'm going to have to put the pack up here. There we go. Hopefully that's charging. Okay, we'll find out. I'll be back. Okay, friends, I'm back. Let's see if anybody's still hanging on there. Ooh, okay. Ooh, 9 people. Greetings, Earthlings. What's going on? I cricketed my phone. Let me straighten it out. Okay. Hopefully this thing is charging. Let me see. Yeah, it's charging. Okay. All right, so let me go back and look at the chat because I think I had a question pending. You've been tired saying affirmations. Yeah. And meditation, girl, I know. I want to learn everything from being able to read the Akashic records to Reiki healings. Listen. Oh, yes, Nerdisha. Thank you very much. Okay. I got you. All right. So talking about the Akashic records and Reiki and all of that. So going through like a spiritual awakening can be, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh my gosh, like there's so much knowledge. There's so many things to like learn and explore and dive into. And like, you know, going on social media, YouTube, there's people that's, you know, that are just experts, you know, in these fields, and they're just, that's how I feel about astrology, you know. Hang on one second, I'll read that in a minute. I would say start with just one thing at a time. You know what I mean? Like, get down, you know, for me, it was divination, because that led then to channeling, you know, messages, you know what I mean? It was like working on my psychic abilities. That was the first, the thing that like was the primary focus of study for many years, even without me knowing that it was, you know. And then I went into magic, you know what I mean, and then really focused on that. And if it's like for you, if it's Akashic records, or like, oh my gosh, this is calling to me, like I have to know, do that first, you know what I mean, and then become very well versed in that area, and then move on to Reiki healing, because yeah, Reiki healing is fascinating as well, and also a very, you know, amazing skill to have, you know what I mean? But it can be overwhelming. I mean, a lot of people that I talk to, you know, when they're getting into like, you know, spirituality, or they've had like a spiritual awakening or of some sort, you know what I mean? Like, you know, they want to jump into everything, you know, right away. And I did the same exact thing. You know, it was like that with me with magic. You know, I was like, oh my gosh, I can do magic, like real magic. Like, this is crazy, you know? And so like I wanted to know it all and do it all at once, but it's really a lifelong journey, you know what I mean? All of these skill sets and things that you're picking up and experiencing are going to be a lifelong journey, you know. It's a never ending quest for knowledge, but it's because you're just very finely tapping into, you know, the powers of, you know, the universe. And there's a lot of power, you know, to tap into. And so when you get the little, you know, anointing on your head there, and it's you realize like, woo, you know, like, all right, let's do this. You're you know, I don't want to say the word awakened because I don't want to get on a hit list, but you know, you're awakened to these things, and it's, you know, it's fascinating. It's amazing. Jump into all of it. I mean, like learn everything you can. But you know, like I said, start with one thing, do a deep dive on that, and I'm talking 6 months, you know, a year, like really hone in on that, and then, you know, keep moving forward. Yeah. All right, Nerdisha, I got you next with your question. Don't worry. Am I a mentor? Oh my gosh. So I don't know. I don't really consider myself one. Somehow like this ended up happening. Like, you know, I don't teach people how to like to read or, you know, do divination or anything like that. I just, you know, am a support system for those that do, if that makes sense. I mean, there, because I kind of feel like there's no real way to like teach people how to do this stuff. It just kind of is or it isn't, you know. Like you have it, everybody has it, you know, everybody has it, every single person, you know, has magical powers and abilities and psychic abilities. There, you know, we have so much in our brain that we don't use on a regular basis. But you know, I don't consider myself someone who is, you know, high enough on the ascension scale to educate others. What I can do is be a support system, maybe perhaps a mentor. That might be the right word for that. But I don't offer like mentoring classes or anything. Not at this point. I need to get my ish together, and then I will be offering more things. The whole point, like, you know, part of the reason for going into the brick and mortar was to, you know, offer these things publicly, like, you know, be a you know, a beacon for people that, you know, have these spiritual gifts, you know, so that we could collaborate and work together and stuff like that. But, you know, I'm going back online with that too. So, hopefully, you know, not hopefully, as soon as I get my feet on the ground, then I will be considering those types of things, if that makes sense. But it'll have to be on an internet basis, if that makes sense too. All right, Nerdisha, new home. Let's see, girl. That's a lot of cards. Hold on. All right, so I'm going to put them back in Nerdisha, but the Queen of Pentacles is out right there, okay? It's like 50 cards, so. Queen of Pentacles is, she's the queen of the home. I mean, she is the, you know, she's the wife, she's the mother, but she's the homemaker as well. She's the one who's the nurturer, who provides stability and that type of thing. So, I mean, and she can be a mother as well sometimes. So it could be like your mom has something to do with this. Let me see. Nerdisha, new home. So something is flying out there. Let's see. Okay. So, okay, so not cheating at all, but I do know a little bit about your background situation, you know. So, Queen of Cups reversed. This is probably you, Nerdisha. It's you being, you know, upset, and honestly, like, you know, this could be the Knight of Swords reversed. It's like the, you know, negative energy taking away your ability to manifest something for yourself. But I'm also, you know, getting like a feminine energy that, again, I don't know if it's, you know, who it is, but somebody that is maybe not, you know, super thrilled about you having your own place or getting a new home or something like that. Now, it could be a neighbor, it could be, you know, somebody in your vicinity. Queen of Cups reversed, but it could also be you know, like maybe blocking yourself. You know, it's almost like Ten of Cups, you know, which is like the ultimate in like happiness and fulfillment. With the Three of Swords, you know, it kind of seems like you don't believe you can be happy. Like, it's almost like, you know what I mean? Like this doesn't happen for me. This Ten of Cups energy, which is like, you know, being happy, being fulfilled, you know, having, you know, all of my cups feel good about where I live. You know, it almost seems like you're so jaded by these Knights of Swords reversed, which is people being reckless, people, you know, there's a lot of chaotic energy associated with the Knight of Swords reversed, you know. This is somebody who, you know, is hot and cold, in and out. They, you know, they run away, jump on the bike, and then it's like, oh, wait, no, you know, I'm going to come back. And, you know, so what I'm seeing, like, maybe, you know, you might be getting hot and cold energy from either family members or neighbors, you know, like, maybe you're feeling hot and cold about this whole situation. Like, oops, sorry. Like, you want to move forward, you want to move out, but there's also something that keeps pulling you back. Yeah, look at see, he's got like a spider web. It's almost like a, well, whatever this is, you know, on his foot, and he's trying to run and jump on his bike, and but somebody's like coming back and telling, the crows represent spies, you know, so somebody's coming back and like saying something like maybe to your family, you know, like, you know, Nerdisha is thinking about moving out, or, you know, it's something like that. It's like, and then when it's in the reverse, it's like plans get halted, you know what I mean? They get taken away, and it's like you get so close to getting, you know, what you want with the 10 of Cups, but then no, you know, you lead back into, you know, this 3 of Swords energy, which is feeling, you know, trapped. I mean, you can see her heart's like tied up there. So it's almost like Nerdisha, you know, maybe, you know, it's like you love your family, you love your neighborhood. There could be like an emotional connection to the place because that's where you grew up, you know. All right, hold on, I have another battery pack. Oh, that's a USB. Okay. Anyway, I think there might be a, you know, an emotional connection to where you grew up, going on there, and it might be preventing you from being able to, you know, move forward the way that you want to. I'm going to get some advice for you in just a second. Let me just get this bad boy turned back on. Hello, hello. All right. Hold on, guys. I got to prop this. Dadgummit. Dagnabbit. Okay, wait. Here we go. Oh my gosh, it's even brighter than before. Hey. Okay. So anyway, there might be some sort of like emotional tie or connection that's keeping you tied to where you're at, Nerdisha. And, oh, what can you do to break free? Okay. Let's see. What can she do to break free? So you got the Queen of Cups reversed again, and then the 7 of Cups. Clearly decide what you want, because that's what you're going to manifest. And it's the indecisive energy that's probably like causing these blockages, you know. But you've got to, it's almost like, sorry, this is so bright. Okay. It's a lot of cards. Strength, 4 of Pentacles reversed. So strength is about being strong, having courage, you know, putting on your game face. You can see here she's like ready to, you know, go to battle. And then 4 of Pentacles reverse is about letting go. In the upright, you can see she's like clutching this like to her chest. She's like holding on to everything that she has so tightly. It's about releasing control, you know, but also it's about having the strength to kind of let go of, you know, whatever it is that is keeping you tied there. You know what I mean? Whether it's like the thought that like I have to be here to take care of my parents, or, you know, my parents grew up here and their parents grew up here and their parents grew up here. So like I have to grow up here too and have a family here as well. You know, there's a lot of different things that keep us tied to a certain location. For a lot of times it's just the nostalgia, you know, like, oh, I have so many memories in this house, or, you know, in this city or this town. But I promise you, you know, if you're, you know, ready for it, life does go on, and in a good way, you know what I mean? Like you have to be willing to, you know, accept, you know, that you're going to create new memories, you know, wherever it is that you land. Let me see. Anything else for Nerdisha, please? Something turned over. King of Wands turned over in my hand. So this is the king of action. Maybe this is probably what you're mastering right now. You know, on the journey, it's like we have to master all of the kings and queens and pages and all of this stuff. It could be that you're mastering that, and then look, Spirit's like standing there with a tiger, you know, giving you strength and courage. And, you know, King of Wands is the king, again, of action. So he actually takes an action and does something and stands up for himself. You know, and moves forward. Like he's not afraid of that. I hope that helped you, Nerdisha. I don't know, like, I don't want to, you know, it literally, it lies in your hands, you know. You have the power. You just don't, I think you know it. Yeah, it does. It does. You have the power. But these cycles, these bonds, you know, these binds are very, very hard to break, especially when they're familial, you know, because we feel indebted, you know, to family. You know what I mean? We feel indebted to people that took care of us, so now we have to take care of them. And a lot of times that's because of the conditioning that's in our head. My mom tried to pull that shit with me. Like she didn't actually take care of me, so I got out of like the guilt of owing the debt, you know, from childhood. She didn't take me until she was 5, and then she ditched me again when I was 13. So she had me for a few years, but she did try that in my 20s, you know. She was like, well, I sacrificed so much for you. Like, you know, like she tried to like convince me that like, you know, she had, you know what I mean? Like she had done a lot for me. And I'm like, well, she was my mother, but she didn't actually do anything for me. You know what I mean? Like I had to like break free from that control. And I'm not saying that that's what's going on in your situation at all, but you know, there are some times that people like to have control over their own little universe, you know, like their own little God. And sometimes we have to, you know, break free from those cycles if they're not in our best interest. You know, if it's serving your highest good, then great, you know. It's my mom, and also feeling like I have unfinished business with old neighbors. Yeah, the neighbor thing, I know, girl. Like, I know you've been dealing with that. All right. Well, we just petitioned Our Lady of Laredo, so it would probably be a very good time to start looking out there. Since I was petitioning her for you and the other client as well this week, yeah, of course, honey. I started working with her too, and she's been, you know, hot on delivery on my end. So I feel like, you know, you will manifest whatever you want to manifest. Okay, anybody else? I'm going to give it 20 more seconds, and then I'm going to probably hop off here. No other questions, concerns, comments? All right, my loves. Well, thank you for being here with me this evening. Oh, wait. Ooh, Jamie, should I move closer to Boom? Oh, thank you, Nerdisha. You're so welcome. Jamie, let's see. Should you move closer to Boom? You're 2 hours away. Oh, my goodness. Okay. We have the 4 of Wands in Judgment. Okay, I don't think that you really have to take any action, love. I think that literally there's divine intervention coming in. The 4 of Wands is the card of the home, okay? You can see in this one they're moving, right? They're gypsies. They have a tent. They're, you know, they're kind of, you know, going around from town to town, putting on their show or whatever they're doing. It's positive though, and it's happy. And then you have Judgment here. It's almost like, you know, you're going to be automatically repositioned to where you're supposed to be. you know, without having to consciously like look for a place, you know, closer, stuff like that. Does that make sense? So should you move closer to boom, it says that you will, you know, and again, the Four of Wands is a card of marriage too, but it says that you will live closer to boom, but I don't think that really any action is going to be required on your part. I hope that helped. Okay. Glad it came through good. All right, guys. Well, I am going to take off for the evening. Have a wonderful night, everybody. Sweet dreams. Take care. Thank you all for being here with me. I appreciate each and every one of you, and I will talk to you all very, very soon. Bye.